Yes, I concur with her. Let me be sincere with you. That's the last level we want to talk about now. The only way to return full normalcy, I'm saying it on air, if you watch the system the whole thing is going, the time they arrested Nentanyahu, it was like up and down, up and down. Yeah. The time they arrested Simeon Ekpa, it cut to 50%. The time that Nentanyahu was convicted, it reduced to 10%. That's what we are battling now. Put it on air. If Nentanyahu is there today, if government of Nigeria will kill Nentanyahu, trust me, normalcy will start coming. And that's all what every Igbo man prays for. Now again, for you to concur to what you're saying, government cannot do it all. And that's why I'm agitating again. If we know where our problem is coming, we can find the solution. Our problem is simply coming from the brainwash, the hate speech. I want all these organizations in Nigeria that have say, the Catholic bishops, the Pentecostal pastors, the educated ones, let us come on air and educate our people the consequences of what we are doing. That is the only way they will shift. Military are not the Holy Spirit that is everywhere.
Right.
See, today bombs still kill people in my community. Have the military not done enough to extradite the mines in the land? They have done a lot, but they plant again. Did you understand? So the only means for us to get this thing done is let every Igbo man know the truth and stand by the truth.
Welcome. This is another week of news, stories, issues across Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. All right, the week started with Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate for ADC, instructing his lobbying company in DC to send a message to the Congress of the United States and to Donald Trump, alerting them of some issues that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had at somewhere in Chicago when he was here. Now, you would think that that will make the president of Nigeria to panic. But of course, the president of Nigeria has also been lobbying to make those issues disappear. So the reaction that we got was that the presidency of Nigeria issued a statement saying that President Donald Trump wrote a letter to Bola Ahmed Tinubu commending him on how he ended the Christian genocide in Nigeria and how he's fighting hard with the help of the Americans to end the insecurity in Nigeria. That was how the week started. And that was the controversy that led to so many other ones. Now, I will touch on a few issues that happened, including the issues around budget and insecurity. But let me begin with this. This is what happened in Benin City. Enugu Air plane was about to land and missed the runway or skid out of the runway. And this is what we saw.
Oh my goodness.
Now, for people who watched this video and what happened, we're happy that nobody died, but it's also a teaching moment, a moment to pause and ask yourself, if this were a serious air crash, are we ready? Do we have the emergency systems to take care of that? From what we saw, there was no sign that we are ready for something like that, which is sad and which is something that should make us wake up and demand that our people, our government should put in in place these mechanisms, systems, so that should there be an accident, we will have something in place that will help us resolve it, make sure that people get treated, people get the help they might need. People were just walking out from there. It took a while before emergency people came in. But it's not that we don't have money. We are beginning to find out that the issue in Nigeria is not that we don't have money. It's just that we are misusing the money that we have. Let me give you an example of that. This is a story about budget, what we do with the money that we have in Nigeria. Let me play you how they discuss that at Arise TV.
At least 577 billion naira being spent on items and put in ministries that have nothing to do with the constitutional mandate of that ministry. And it starts all the way from the top. Because why is the presidency budgeting millions rather, for tricycles for farming inputs? The presidency, the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy has budgeted 4.3 billion on street lights. They've also budgeted for boreholes. Even the presidency is budgeting for boreholes. We have even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is supposed to be focused on embassies and treaties and Nigeria's, foreign relations, also budgeting for boreholes to the billions of naira. In fact, the most favorite item, I would say at least 300 projects are just for street lights. And we have street lights under all manner of ministry, even the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Defense, inverters and street lights to the tune of billions of naira. And of course, there's a line item that comes up over and over, and that just says empowerment, with no explanation of what empowerment is, what community it is going to, what it pertains to, but to the tune of billions. So if our presidency is digging boreholes and trying to procure tricycles, and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is also trying to sink boreholes in Jigawa State, we have a real question to ask ourselves. Even the Ministry of Blue Economy is trying to build stadiums.
Oh, Nigeria. So apparently, nobody in that country looks at the budget. Not the president, not the minister in charge of the budget. Nobody cares until it becomes law and we see a commission in charge of our Marjorie building roads. We see, there's one that really touched me. Let me see. This is not funny. What's going on is the fact that Senate President Akpabio, you guys know him, Godswill Akpabio, came out to say, I have never looked at the budget. I've never looked at the budget. I don't know what's in the budget. I just make sure that it's approved by the Senate, exactly the way that the presidency wants it. Now, maybe they add their own thing. Let's listen to them.
And that we can set up a small committee to work with the management of both chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate, to understand what he is coming through. Because personally, I've never seen the budget of National Assembly. Yes, Senator Tamboa, you were a speaker. Maybe in the House of Reps, they show you. They used to show. That's the point. You see? So the fault lies here in the Senate. The way I do things, not that I'm nonchalant, is that as if they make it a closed thing, and that the Senate President does not have anything to do with the management funds and all that. So, Senator Karimi, you should have discussed this even with me in the presence of the CNA and the principal officers of management, so that I get clearance on what you are coming up with. But talking about internal tenders board and all that, should this be in the public glare before we clean up our house? Like Senator Yaya said, we should start with ourselves, and we should get the two chambers to know exactly what is going on. And then we should also debate and understand the budget. We should know how much is coming, what is going to where, and what is going to where.
How many years have we had this arrangement where we have the Senate and the House and this democracy? Is it not since 1999? And yet the basic job of lawmakers, we have not gotten it down. They are just beginning to think about, oh, we should know what we are signing. We should know. But when it comes to adding things in the budget, they know how to do that, but they don't know how to read what they added in the budget. Let me show you the one that made a lot of people mad, which was this story. That the federal government allocated 8.05 billion naira for construction and renovation of churches and mosques in 2026 budget. I don't know about your church. If your church is not getting any money, maybe you need to ask some questions. Can you imagine that? Meanwhile, a plane landed, skipped out of the runway. It was an emergency situation. It showed that we were not ready. There's no plan. And we are budgeting 8. Why are churches and mosques, why do they need money for renovation from the federal government? What about people who do not go to church and they don't go to mosque and they do traditional worship? Who gives the Okija shrine? When are they going to get their own money? How much is allocated to them? Why would the government be involved in this? You see, we are not serious. We are yet to be serious in that country. And sometimes when people dream and tell you that things are improving, you basically know they are not serious. They know that nothing is going to happen. Anyway, moving on, because we don't have so much time for this intro, let me show you one video that trended this week. It was one of those things that it illustrates so many of what is wrong with Nigeria. This is an encounter by a returnee. He came back from the UK and the police stopped him on the road, and this is what happened.
Are you okay?
Oga. Sorry?
He came from America.
Came from UK. I'm the owner, yes. Yes. I'm living in Akure. Okay. Sorry?
I'll do better thing.
I don't have anything now. I don't have anything. If I have, I would have given you.
I just want to see you are very close. That's why with another person or Igbo or another person. I'm just laughing.
I don't get anything. That's why. If I get, I will give you now. Can I have my driving license here? What can I do now? What can I do? I just park. You know, tell me what I do now, guy. No, check my driving license. Check my document.
So stop. So let's stop here. First of all, I've said this before. I hope people understand that anywhere else in the world, the law enforcement is in the hands of the police. And right here, in front of people, the police is breaking the law. How do you say that such a country is on a path to progress? Anyway, so this video became a trending video because at one point the police officer said, when the guy said he was coming from the UK, he lives in Akure, the police officer said, if you were Igbo, I would have detained you. We have serious problems. Let me play more of it because at a point, the guy informed the officer that you are being recorded. Let's watch.
You are with my driving license now? The way be of the invoice. Yeah, even if I pack. Yeah? No, don't worry. Okay? The way be of
what you say she not do? Are you telling him to
It's your officer like you. That's why I said you should not worry. That I will talk to you.
No, let me talk now.
All right. So the way bill.
Everybody can talk.
The way bill is not there. I have the custom paper there. Those load came with the car.
That's why I requested for the custom paper so that I can see maybe all those items was itemized and examined.
But is it supposed to be listed one after the other, all those custom papers?
Yes.
Really?
What are? I do check custom paper now.
Okay.
So if
do your job properly. You have my driving license here. I'm recording you. To let you know, I'm recording you right now. So can I have my driving license? Check your paper and then let's go. Better. Okay. Don't shout. Leave him. I'll go him on record. But I've already told you. You have my paper. My paper is correct. Everything is there. You are with my driving license. I haven't committed any offense. I know. Okay. Are you okay?
All right. So I don't know if there's anywhere else in the world that police officers now they check custom papers, receipt of buying a vehicle, and I don't understand that. Why Nigeria has refused in every aspect of our lives to follow the best practice is something that is beyond me. And that's the fact here. It's not about police or if you go to the military, go to the classroom. Best practice, simple. We're not. All right. Let me go to something else that is of interest to me, which is Remi Tinubu, the wife of the president. You know, she came out not long ago to complain about all these musicians who are flaunting cars, that they should help people. And she's been donating money, which nobody's saying, where did you get the money? Recently, she went and discovered Akwete. And she said something there at that event, campaign event, that I want people to pay attention to.
African will. We shouldn't let our children forget that. And I believe I love Ashoke, but the Ashoke is too heavy for my head nowadays. Some are so stiff and they bruise me. And for the quality, the texture of Akwete, and I will tell you, I told Her Excellency, I said, if God brings my husband in a second time, I'll be wearing a buba and wrapper.
Yes. If God brings her husband for the second time, she'll be wearing. You see, this is why I like Remi. This is why she's a woman of God. Have you seen Atiku's wife say something like that? If God brings Atiku, we do this. No. She's depending on God. Meanwhile, her political party, they're busy sharing money, sharing food to get people to vote for them. Let me show you this. All right. Now, about those police officers, I need to update you that they've been arrested. And, of course, they will go on trial. And probably they will kick them out of the police force. But the point is that when I see these stories of police officers who are being caught on camera doing things that are wrong, I don't know if the message is going down the ranks and file that this is a possibility, because it continues to happen. But let's hope that we'll get to a point where they will be aware that people are watching them. Quickly, let me touch on a few things. Ayo Fayoshe got a good job from the president. He's now the chairman of Rural Electrification Agency Board. He'll be happy. Meanwhile, his brother Isaac is still hanging out with the opposition, with Peter Obi. One other thing, the governor of Plateau State is apologizing to Igbo people over the state's role during civil war, which is another interesting revision of history, or people reinventing what they think will be politically expedient. But before we go, I want to talk about Daniel Buala. Let me show you.
If security has improved, Mr. Buala, why do many communities still remain displaced or inaccessible?
The progress has been made.
Why? Why is it happening?
That's because, okay, like as you are now, if I'm trying to look at the best description of, you go to church probably, and it is not the will of God that people should be poor. Why are there poor people in church?
Is that your standard of comparison, or?
The question was, if insecurity is improving, why are there people still in IDP camps? And this was the answer that Daniel gave to Sean. And he will go home. People who sent him out, people he works for Nigerian people, but I'm talking about the presidency. So they'll write him and say, you did a good job today. You actually put them in their place. Now, Daniel did something that, in the same interview, did something that was unbelievable. And let me see if I can play that for you guys. He had issues. He had issues with the fact that he was being asked to explain what he said in the past. This is what he did. Watch.
President Bola Tinubu, the candidate at the time, may be disqualified from contesting. You went further to say there is still a cloud around drug-related offenses and drug-related activity. And of course, that's Daniel Buala talking to me right here on this program. You also said Bola Tinubu had a questionable character. Those are the things you said right on this program. And now you think that all of those things that you said for Atiku, it don't matter any longer.
You know why I smiled? The joblessness of the opposition, it seems they have carried you in that bus. Why am I saying that? This issue you raised, when will you get tired of asking me the same question? In the world today, the first person that started asking me this question was you. And you have done that more than 5 times. Are you not tired? They are completely inconsequential to what is happening. Buala, come and talk about the credibility of the letter. You people say President Trump lauded Tinubu. The question that should arise after, whether it is true or not, to what extent have you been lauded? But now we have taken almost 10 minutes. And I know the time you have here, because I've understood the Nigerian media very, very well. I know they prepared again to follow their trend. Ask me the question that you want to find out about the letter. As for the opposition, allow them to keep lazying about. Nigerian people want to hear tonight what is happening to their lives.
Will you kindly answer the question that I asked you? You said at that time that those things that you talked about are now baseless. Are you saying everything you said at that time we should discontinent?
Nigerian people tonight want to know what is happening with their economy, with their education, and most importantly with security. And we have made substantial progress. First time in Nigeria's history, where the leadership of the President Bola Tinubu, brought about a very strong collaboration.
You are not answering my questions, Mr.
It's
Buala.
not a question.
The question, I've asked you, before we get into that matter, I've asked you, would this particular matter that I asked you, you said is baseless. That meant all the things you said to me in November and the rest of the time in 2022 are baseless and lies.
Yes, they are not lies, they are baseless. Not important for conversation. And by the way, let me ask you.
So Daniel Buala of 2022.
Let me ask you.
What?
You see, this thing, what you're doing now, I'm trying my best not to be aggressive about it. But you're riding on the opposition's back horse. Peter Obi has since changed parties 4 times. How many times have you asked their people?
All right. So now it's very important to remember that this doesn't happen only in Nigeria. Here in the United States, we have a classic case of that where the minister, the Secretary of Defense, appeared before Congress. And this is how the encounter took place.
Day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day 14, Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has done to the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and they're
question
ineffective
under oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory. Industrial base,
Mr.
and I will describe to you a country that does not have an effective military.
Secretary, you stated,
it can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4 months ago that Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been, for the last 4 months, combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You stated we had, quote,
build at the level it did before, and not even close. It doesn't mean it doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them away.
Early in the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have a
3,
nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
It
threat
doesn't mean they
been
don't have
defeated
underground
4 months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war, on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been the objective, and it remains so.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more for the conflict.
Senator's time has.
All right. So this is common thing. But, you know, Nigerians, they learn the bad things. They don't learn the good. They aspire to gaslight people. And it's very unfortunate. Let me round up by saying that yesterday, Trump went to the White House correspondent dinner, and he had jokes. Here is one of them.
We are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the second time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting. When you come back and you do a good job like we did, you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape.
All right, that was Trump last night. So we will get into all the issues in the news, including Otti thanking Tinubu for his courage and sacrifice. I wonder what he sacrificed. Anyway, especially in removing the fuel subsidy and floating the naira. Of course, you know that Fubara just made a U-turn. He's now supporting Tinubu full-time and he's back in the family, Wike, his political family. Unbelievable. And he's going to support Wike's candidate. And one final thing, there was this guy who appeared on TV and said that that the government should kill Nnamdi Kanu to restore peace in the southeast. I don't know who that guy is. I don't know what was behind that, but it's quite a shocking statement coming from anybody. But he said it with his chest. We will get into that and all the other stories when we start. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back and have a discussion on this issue.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
There's a protest tomorrow to liberate us. Most people here, we pull a call to say, don't participate. You know you are an Igbo. You know you are a Do. You know they don't like you. You know you are from Benue. You know you are from Jos. They're going to kill you. We are delusional. We are pretenders. We are not sincere. We are hypocritical. Dr. Damages, thank you. I do not take this for granted. I consider this a privilege. For bringing me back on and on again, I drop my heart for you. Thank you. I rest my case. And I'm gone. I wish Ovie was here. I wanted to talk to Ovie. Ovie is an agent. He's a distractor. Each time he comes here, tell him to remove those demons and ancestors behind him. Or else you charge him for it. He's collecting money. Yeah, he's doing free advert on your show. You allow him to do that nonsense every day. Doctor, today, I'm agree with you too. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omori.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí.
If you really want to know what Akpabio,
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, that was a long introduction. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, the 25th of July, 2026. I appreciate all of you being here. It's another wonderful day here in New York. The temperature is so good. Weather is wonderful here, not too hot, not too cold. I hope wherever in the world you're joining us, you're having a good time. Welcome to the show, Have Your Say 247. It's a show we designed for you to weigh in on all the issues in the news. And today we have a lot going on, as always. There was an attempt by our mayor here in New York to arrest Netanyahu when he comes for the United Nations General Assembly. Trump assured Netanyahu that he will be free. Nobody will arrest him if he comes to the New York. I mentioned in the intro that Fubara is going back to the party of the president and Wike, so there's no problem in Rivers States now. We have Hope Uzodinma saying that all the governors in the Southeast are going to support Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the election that will happen in January. And Otti came back to say, no, Hope is not speaking for all of us. He's essentially speaking for himself. In the intro, I mentioned the guy that said on News Central, that Nnamdi Kanu should be killed by the government. His name is Mr. Chigozie Nabugu. There's a statement issued today, just a few minutes ago, by the attorney and lawyer Ejimako, issued to the press, and basically telling the media to stop circulating that news. And News Central, they've removed the video from their platform. So that's a developing story on that. So we will have conversation on all these things with our people who are here. Thank you so much for joining us again. Please like, share, and if you want to join the panel, I will share the link again. For those who can support us, we really need help. We are not doing well this month, and our people at home, I'm not sure if they will be, the people who are working for us, if they will be paid this month. But please, if you can join us, that will be possible. If you can support us, that will be appreciated. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It's been long. I don't know. I'll have to cut the intro so that we can go straight to the conversation. But thank you, Mr. James, for being here. How are you doing?
Yes, fine. I'm all right.
Okay. The Gambia, good?
I think so.
This university, you know, I'm guessing where you are. Maybe by next year, I'll hopefully start traveling and I'll stop by one day in the Gambia. But I'm guessing your university is like the old universities in Nigeria that is very big, and you can actually stay inside the campus and don't get out of it for months.
Not quite. The permanent campus is not fully functional.
Okay.
Yeah, so we still reside outside. But however, if you wish to come, I will link you with the Vice Chancellor himself.
Oh, okay. That would be good.
No, you know, the Gambia is not like Nigeria. To me, the Vice Chancellor is not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, you know, in Nigeria to meet, let's say, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, it's like beating God in heaven. He is the president of the university in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You know, the Gambia is not like that. Yes, they are all related in one way or the other. So if you are very tough in the office, there are other places where they can corner you in town. I mean, the whole society is convoluted. So
yeah. All right, Mr. James, thank you so much for coming. The flagship, welcome to the show. We can hear you. Flagship, welcome to the show. You're muted. You're muted. We still can hear you.
You never break cola nuts.
No, we can't hear you, flagship. I think you're using.
Don't break cola nut for the gods.
You're using one of those sophisticated connections. Nope, No, we can't hear you.
He never drinks supply water this morning.
You didn't do sacrifice to the gods. All right. You can log out and log back in, yeah? All right. OBE, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, thank you. I think I have chance today. I said, let me quickly come up before. I come before Mr. James, the lecturer. Thank you. I got all the intro. It's so interesting. Nigeria, from one issue to the other, weekly. They're not the forehand. It's always weekly.
It's
it must have something to talk about. Thank you for having me.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. So, so what are you watching? Any story you are paying attention to?
Well, you analyzed. You almost went through everything. I didn't miss out. I think you captured Enugu. You captured Plateau apology. You captured the Boala interview. Trying to behave like the American essay kind of interview. Akpabio denial of he doesn't even know what the content of the budget is. Does it mean that this guy, they just give them budget, the PA that they said they have, don't even read through the budget before they go to seats? I don't understand. And there's a lot of people in their staffing that they are paying in the offices. What do they do actually? The country is just too shameful to say the least. Then Donald Trump letter to Tinubu with all the no signature.
Yeah, that's actually the main topic. I didn't mention it because that's where we're going to start.
Yeah, no signature on that letter. Letter was just I saw it first on the Google. Before you know it, they start posting a write-up. It is a formal letter of United States. That is not how letter comes anyway. I don't know what they're talking about. The back and forth. We'll find out. Then yes. Fubara U-turn. Fubara have been told that they played the book of Okowa and Co. He knew that if you steal and you go away, they're going to finish you. So you better play the I join now, make yourself chop your money, go in peace. Exactly what he's doing. They play the book for him, that is how he works. So he probably want to save his head. That is why he's just doing what he's doing. Because he's a weakler and also he's corrupt too. He just want to get part of his entitlement in parentheses. They're killing him, they can't do. I don't know where that evil guy is coming about. Who is this head? Why is he still alive? Where are the East people? May they go catch him. No, catch him first. Catch him. May they catch him. He's a very stupid guy. I don't know what he's talking about. And he's an Igbo man.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think you captured most of the content that have been the mainstream.
All right. Thank you, Obi. The flagship, let's try again. Can you hear me? No, you have to actually log out and log back in. I think you bought one of those Temu. All right, Femi, welcome to the show. That's what I'm using. Everything I have here is Temu, even my phone. Femi, welcome to the show.
I'm beginning to think even you yourself, you're Temu. So.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing, sir?
Good. So
in recognition of what Jagun warned about last week, I want to be more professional, and especially when I have beside me the executive producer himself, even though I'm beginning to suspect he's trying to talk into line with what our mama has said by his dressing. So maybe you have taken note of that. But anyway, you've said the majority of what needs to be said. There's too much. You know that book one, is it 1 week, one trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria's one is multiple trouble, 1 week, multiple, in fact, 1 hour, multiple trouble. What am I even talking about? Well, I'm happy on a lighter note, rather, before I butcher English, because I'm still learning from my honorable president. Sure. Spain won the World Cup. I'm happy. All you New Yorkers that were carrying the Argentina flag, I suspect, even though you don't know anything about soccer or the damages, I suspect you were one of those carrying that Argentina flag. Don't punish them. Anyway, of course, you spoke about the Trump stuff, and of course, for those who think that we don't know what we're talking about, those who think that we are part of the people that are conspiracy theorists, you can see how it's playing out on the world scene now and how it's going to affect everybody, because I keep saying it, Doctor, that whatever I think my idea of your concept of this program, at least part of it, is you try to see how things that happen in Nigeria, for example, in our localities, mirror world events. We are getting there. Everybody go like this my other brother, popular, is able to chop breakers, true. I don't know if you mentioned that Gumi thing, because again, there's too many stories now. That Gumi statement that he made, again, for the opt-in time, about why this government has not gone to visit the bandits and terrorists.
I saw the headline, yeah.
Yeah, like Oshibajo and Jonathan, and I dare add Obasanjo, even though he wasn't president any longer at the time. Maybe just to add something else I wrote down. Oh, you probably spoke about that Zamfara is it one of the ones we hear now? The Zamfara local government chairman that was abducted alongside others.
No, I didn't hear that.
Oh, you didn't hear that? See, I'll just advise you, doctor, please. You know the way you carry your hammer and everything when you go to Nigeria. I don't want to hear they abducted you. So I'll hand that way.
All right. Thank you so much. Sure. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and good evening to panelists and also to the viewers and the people in the chat. I joined because of the World, just to talk about the World Cup, which Femi already mentioned that, congratulations to Spain, they won the World Cup. Argentina getting a lot of flack, and rightly so, because of the way they played, not because of history that people are, revisiting and saying they did worse than everybody else in terms of racism or what they did to Black people. So congratulations, Spain. Also, to talk about the World Cup, Donald Trump said that he's been told that, the way he talks, he wants it, but he's saying that people are telling him they want the US to host the next World Cup. I don't think he understands how this works. He said people are telling him that the US should host the next World Cup, but this time without Canada and Mexico. And in that same statement, it took credit for Canada and Mexico being co-hosts. They said, I got them in the last time, but what we're going to do next, we're going to do it alone. He doesn't want to share with anybody. And I think I also read in the news that he's trying to push the current FIFA president, who is not popular with anybody. He's trying to push him to be the next Secretary General of the United Nations. So, Trump just being Trump. So that's regarding the World Cup. Also, I saw somebody, I think it's Don Anthony in the chat, asking that people chickened out. Those are not his exact words, I can't remember, that people chickened out of the debate that Dr. Damages has been advertising. And I thought about it during the week. It just crossed my mind. Not that I sat on and I was thinking about it, but it crossed my mind. I think it just proves that people don't have much to say on a particular topic as much as they think they do. I think that's the only reason why people have not signed up to the debate. Because it's easier to fight for the microphone. Give me, I'm talking, I'll talk over you, I'll shout over you. Then you say your 2-3 minutes, then you. But when we've said you can have the platform on a Friday, come and debate the topic. It could be 1 hour session, 30 minutes each, but nobody has signed up to any of these things. Or bring up a topic and people will fight for the microphone and they would, cuss each other out and sometimes go over the line. And it's not, I don't think it's a matter of the day of the week. If I open the studio on Friday and let's say, let's come and abuse Tinubu, or let's come and abuse Peter Obi, you'll be full and people still fight for the microphone. But let's organize something where you can, debate anything. Nobody has signed up to it. And Dr. Damage's school is going to resume very soon. And you won't have the time for this anymore. So, I'm just advising people. How many more weeks do you have before school resumes?
1 month, about a month.
Okay. And so we're for more Fridays where people can, any topic that you can debate, where it might just be the two of you with one host, one anchor, and you can debate it. It could be security, it could be religion, or, lack of tolerance, tribalism, any of these topics. There are people who have strong opinion on certain issues that I've listened to. I think Chris is one of them when he talks about cross-pollination or something. That's not what he talks about, but one of those topics, very strong opinion about it. So I think it'll be good if people can do that. And I also said I was going to do a show, which I'm going to do, I think, this Friday. I would get in touch with you, Rodolphe, and we can plan it. Okay. This won't be a debate. It will just be strictly, you would pick a topic that is close to your heart regarding Nigeria. The problem, example, religious intolerance. What can we do to solve it? It doesn't mean it's going to work, but you get to talk. Nobody's interrupting you. I'm not even going to cross examine anything. I'm not going to fact check anything. As long as you don't come and say the solution is like pass out to say, let's kill everybody or shoot everybody. As long as you don't come and say that, you know, you get to pick the topic. Health sector, it's something you're passionate about. What can we do? You can pick your own topic and say security. You can say it is policing, whatever it is. I think this Friday, I'll probably do it this Friday. So I can't think of anything else that we've missed in terms of topics.
Thank you so much. I purposely left out the.
Oh, sorry. World Cup.
Yeah.
Yes, you Yankees, Americans, whatever you call yourselves. The way I saw a video, and I think I shared it with you, Rodolphe. The way Americans were humbled, because you live in that big bubble. You know that it's a bubble, but it's a very big one. I think it's the biggest bubble in the world, the US itself, where a guy went around and was asking Americans, what's bigger, the World Cup final or the Super Bowl?
Wait.
And
Hold on.
Cup or Super Bowl?
Super Bowl. It's America's sport. Super Bowl. You got Rihanna performing at halftime.
The Super Bowl, you know, is worldwide, but the soccer championship, I only see it in Europe.
Super Bowl. Football's king. High school football stadiums is biggest stuff in England.
I'm going to say Super Bowl. Football is more important than soccer.
Super Bowl. World champion, everybody knows you.
Oh, Super Bowl for sure. Basically a national holiday. Probably the Super Bowl. I think I did the statistics. There's more attendees.
The Super Bowl, obviously. You can be the Tom Brady of soccer, but you can't be the Messi of football.
Oh, the World Cup, 100%. Everyone said that Trump was going to be a bad influence on it. Turns out that's not the case. The Super Bowl is definitely bigger. It's every year. But Donald Trump has done a great job with the World Cup.
Yeah, and this one.
World Cup final, then the Super Bowl.
I'm going to say 275,000.
No.
I don't know, man.
5 million?
5 million. 5 million extra people.
5 million? No. Was that off?
Way off.
Way off? 0, because American football is the best. USA!
Maybe like 7 million more.
No.
How about 10 million anti-patriots?
No.
34 million.
No.
50 mil.
No.
80 million more.
Way more.
Way more?
80 million.
No.
Wait, 100 million.
Way more.
I'll say 200 million.
200 million. No.
Close?
No.
Okay.
350 million.
No.
I think it is a damning statistic. I think it's mountains more. I think like 100 and change million watch the Super Bowl, and I'd be willing to guess it's like 500 million-ish for the World Cup.
It's a lot. Boy, it's a lot. I'm going to say like 500 million.
No, it's even more.
Even more? Jeez.
This is dumb. Super Bowl's way better. 565 million. No.
700 million.
No.
750 million.
Mm-mm.
Show me 1 billion, Mike.
It's even more.
1.1 billion.
All right.
Unless the team loses, of course. And all this, of course, would not have been possible. And I say this because it is the truth. You don't need people to compliment you, Mr. President, but this World Cup would not have been such an incredible success without you. Please. Your administration, every single person in the White House, in the administration, in the cities, in the states, everywhere contributed to create this safe and secure and joyful environment to live something that the world has never seen. This has not just been and is not just the greatest World Cup of all times. It is the greatest human, social, and cultural event that mankind has ever witnessed and seen, and we are all part of it. And for this, I thank you very much, Mr. President.
You can see why he's recommending him to be the next UN Secretary General.
The fact that this continues to work, and everybody, we know the formula and they use it and it continues to make him happy. I want to be like that, you know. It's like eating one meal every day. They give you the same thing and you're happy about that. And anyway.
Yeah, so that video that you cut short, just to tell, you know, your fellow Americans that the difference is about 1.3 billion more people. watch the World Cup final than the Super Bowl. I mean, Super Bowl. I've never seen it before in my life.
But those people are not real people, you know. Americans, one American is worth like 200 million, one of those people. It can be from a shithole country and you count as one. Then Pansat says that all the time here. That being that he's in America, he's worth more than all of you from
the UK and Nigeria. I agree. But yeah, I mean, I just thought it was good to bring that in. So yeah, I would I'll be watching, and if I can join again, I'll join to discuss the usual.
Yeah, I want people who are following the news. We're going to start with the letter from Trump. But let's just say hello to the rest of the people and we start. Okay, Flagship, let's see if we are still
Rudolph, I think I might return my Timu devices.
You have to. My people laugh at me that I buy everything from there.
I know.
Please get a refund. Get a refund.
I will. No, okay, I'm not just going to. I must get a refund back. The thing is not working. Good afternoon, Rudolph, and everybody. Good afternoon. Yeah. This week I followed. I tend to keep tab on the news that we got last week about those kids that were released, but I wanted to see what happened to the 8 terrorists that they said they captured, of which I never heard about. But there were 3 that I heard were sentenced to life imprisonment this week. So
how did they try them in 1 week?
I don't know.
People should be scared in Nigeria.
It's scary.
They could try you in 1 week and sentence you.
1 week, and then these guys had nothing to do with what happened in Oyo State. They were caught somewhere in is it Sabongeri or somewhere around there? But the people who actually committed the crime have walked away with allegedly 9 million or 9 billion naira. It's quite scary what's going on in that place, Nigeria. And secondly, I wanted to know how a letter of praise from Donald Trump would result in a 12% tariff hike on Nigeria. That doesn't match at all. So those two news, really kind of ticked me off a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to KJ. KJ. Welcome to the show. You're just smiling.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I'm smiling because of the conclusion of my very dear friend and brother, this Flagship. Nigeria is sorry, I want to speak this in Igbo. All this Ilu and Atunabali, those folk tales that we tell under the moonlight, nothing is real. It's the story of Ajodri we're watching now. Ajodri that was running from the forest where the evil spirits are pursuing him. And just before he gets into his house, they use a cutlass to cut through his back, which is the line that is behind our backs now. These are what we are seeing now and hearing in Nigeria. The tales are too many. And I started my acting career from Tales by Moonlight, what's her name now? Now these are the things we hear nowadays in Nigeria. It has gone from the stage to the reality that we are facing. Of course, that those other people that were kidnapped in Kaduna State have all been, they've all died. They didn't say executed, so we don't know whether they were executed or they died out of hunger or whatever, including 2 newborn babies. But you see, unless you have your ear to the ground, you're not even hear this news I'm talking about now, because somehow the media in Nigeria also are under heavy pressure not to report a lot of these things going on. So you begin to ask yourself, when will be enough? And I saw all that you have displayed. I'm just waiting for when we want to talk about it, then we can go ahead. But you see, there are many things that are even happening that you didn't catch. Of course, you know that Ndume also had a running battle with a guy from Borno State who accused him of being the one who is mediating for the Boko Haram people who are collecting ransom. Kegama had been arrested by the DSS only for making that comment. And after he left the TV house, he was arrested. But the truth is, why is that the security is they're always very quick to arrest those innocent Nigerians, bringing out the truth that they don't want to hear, and leaving the people who are committing the atrocities to be walking free. They can trace you to the rat hole that you're living in Nigeria and capture you, but they will not arrest those who do video and show the money they are collecting from Nigerians and all that. Of course, you also know there's been more fights and killing, not fight, in Benue, in the area of Otukpo and the rest.
There's a headline I saw that the Reverend Father, the pastor that came on this show on 90 Minutes Africa, that the family were killed. That
Reverend Dachumo's family members, he lost 9 members of his family 2 days ago. Yeah, it was a targeted execution, and the United States have actually asked the Nigerian government to make provision to provide those people who carried out the act. Whether that is going to be accepted or not, we don't know. But I want to say upfront that the letter you see circulating in the Nigerian media was not anything written from the White House. And if anybody can tell me you find it on Donald Trump's social media handle, Truth Social, then we can now discuss. But nothing like that. And I have checked through that, the dates which they all quoted. There's nothing like that.
KJ, we'll start with that topic. Just leave it for now.
All right.
We'll start with that topic.
So you have done well, you have done well to be able to catch up most of it. I want to thank all of you, Mr. James and Femi and OBE and AY. Thank you so much, Dr. Rodo.
Thank you. AY, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Good afternoon, Dr. Rodo. Good afternoon, everyone. On the issue of Trump, Femi and show we are talking about Trump as regard the water power at the World Cup. I don't know why anybody is still surprised about Trump. Trump is a delusional human being. If you watch what happened with the red card thing, you will know Trump does not understand anything. Not even soccer, not the economy. That's who he is. Like, he lied. When he say 100 things, it's only one that is correct. This is the president America correctly have. The economy is struggling. American economy is in very bad shape. They will still go all and tell you, oh, this is the best economy after the Bramley come. He talk rubbish. Like, I don't know why people even take him seriously. As regard the letter too, honestly, I don't even know why we are even surprised. Let even assume there is a letter from White House. Why are we surprised? Donald Trump is Western puppet. This is just the honest truth. Why do you need anybody to explain to you what is going on in Nigeria with the IMF and people policies going on? You think it's just ordinary? Honestly, sometimes we are just funny, man. If you go watch most of the policy of Tinubu, they are people policies. It was more like, this is what we want. Tinubu wants second tenure, so he's ready to sell the country. He doesn't care. With the giving our tax system to France to handle, America were able to have access to our health data. This, I don't know why people are even surprised. If you follow what is going on, I'm not even surprised. If Trump, like the way he said, is coming to Nigeria to help the killing of Christians, blah, blah, blah. If Trump is serious, or America, if they are even serious in helping Nigeria to do anything, make sure the election is free and fair. Let's have an electoral system that is working. They don't care as long as you serve their interests. They are not going to protect you. Stop deceiving yourself. We need to stop deceiving ourselves. And the other stuff I want to talk about, the video you play where that policeman was telling the guy that, oh, if you were Igbo, I will detain you or whatever he said. You see, we need to have hate speech laws. You see, this kind of stuff are not okay. This is a policeman that's supposed to protect the people, citizens of a country. You are telling somebody, oh, if you were Igbo, I will do this to you. And nothing will happen to him. He will still carry that gun, and that is his mindset. If he actually see you are not from his tribe, he's gonna punish you. He's gonna do a lot of evil to you. There are more people like that in all the tribes. If we don't take this stuff seriously, I have hate speech laws where people will pay for this kind of foolishness. The country is not gonna be good. There are a lot of people like him. You can't be protecting the people. You are threatening somebody. You are even saying that, oh, if you were from a particular tribe, I will do this to you. And I tell you, nothing will happen to him. Thank you, Otti. We'll get to it.
All right. Thank you, AY. One last thing to show you guys, if anybody knows. I don't know these people, but who knows who they are and why they are trending? Who are these people?
Doctor, can we discuss something serious?
This one I have 20 cows to keep for marriage.
This shouldn't be funny for us. You see, a society that no longer is, intellectually driven and idea. This is what it comes. We are now come to, Alibaba and caricature. That's what it's about. This is what they're not going to tune to your channel to listen, but they will tune to this. They will all be out there looking at this and celebrating it because there's nothing anymore. We have come to the lowest ebb of our society, and so
KJ, doesn't this work for the government as well?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. So they push all these things, and the people, we forget what is worrying us, and we are now concerned about a guy who couldn't even speak it, who don't know how to speak English, and I don't want to use I don't want them to think these are things that we shouldn't even be considering at this point, But that's what Nigeria celebrates.
Is he not the one that came up with Olodo something? Olodo
uprising.
Uprising.
Because he himself is Olodo now.
Oh, is that the thing? Oh, okay.
No, it's not the one. Actually, somebody referred to him as this Olodo
it is
uprising. One of the artists.
Well, I first heard Olodo uprising referring to him from one of those. They are also, all kinds of people have become superstars in Nigeria. When we were growing up, it was only people like Rudolph who are intellectually capable that we listen to, we look for. But these days, they look for somebody who is dancing and shaking bomb bomb. That's all they're looking for.
They look at us and said, "You all people are too old, and that's why you guys are not going on with the program." All right, let's start the show. Okay, so this is what we know. Atiku Abubakar had a lobbying firm in New York and Washington, D.C. that he told them to tell the president and the Congress that Tinubu had issues with drugs, money forfeiture in the past, that they should look into that. A few days after that, we had Bayo issue a statement saying that Trump commended Tinubu for how he dealt with Christian genocide in Nigeria. I have not seen the letter. What I saw was something issued in Nigerian, I think it was APC or something, Renew Hope letterhead. So who can explain to me what is happening? Anybody who I don't, that's all I know. AY, do you know?
Yeah, like what you said is correct. So basically, they are just trying to expose themselves. Even Obasanjo was involved somehow. Obasanjo also joined, to refer to kind of expose how Atiku gave the speaker then 5 million naira to impeach him. Gali Naba. 5 million naira to impeach him. So it's kind of like, of course, they are all corrupt. They all have, they are all dirty. So me, for me, I have said it repeatedly, Atiku does not have business courtesy for any election in Nigeria at 80 plus. And Obasanjo, I have praised Obasanjo in some of the stuff he did, like the economy then. But Obasanjo is also the biggest loser when it comes to Nigerian leaders. He is the biggest failure because he had opportunity to change the history. He refused. If you follow up Nigeria politics from 1989, you see the behavior of Obasanjo, how he thought the country belongs to him, using EFCC to go after people that were not in line with him. During Obasanjo, a city governor was kidnapped, how he rigged election all over the country. I don't even know why Obasanjo is coming up to advise anybody in Nigeria. He should go arrest and be preparing for his death. Tinubu, I also believe, of course, it's Atiku age. Tinubu is not 70-something. I've said that. You see, what Nigeria should be fighting for is just, this thing is easy. Let's have an electoral system where people can contest election and the vote of the people will count. Let power be with the people. Whoever become Nigeria president, I don't care at that point. If they decide to say, yeah, we want to vote for Femi, but right now, if you don't even have the resources, you can't even, how are you going to be president in Nigeria? Because you need a lot of money. But when you have electoral system, if you see what the governors are doing, local government, they just choose. They just pretended they want to do election. All of them from 1999, all the governors. This is what is going on. When we pretend and support some people, no, all of them, the system is faulty. We need to look for a way to have a working system where if Flagship decide to say you want to go contest for Nigeria president, go there, explain to people what you want to do. And if the people buy into your idea, they can even use their money to sponsor you and you become the governor, the president of a country. Because if we don't do that, we are not going to get the best. We have qualified people all over the world that can get this job done. If you see what goes on in the ministry, we don't just have laws, we don't have a system. You saw what was going on with the police. Not only the police, the custom, even common yellow fever, same thing. So everything is just, recently the NBA, they had an election. I don't think NBA, the people that participated in that election were even up to 2,000. There were issue of the election was rigged. This is what is going on. These are civilized, educated people. Then you wonder, what is the problem? You know, what is the problem? So, Atiku, Obasanjo, Tinubu, if I were Tinubu, I would not contest for the next election. Let him exit because he wanted to mark a register as former president of Nigeria. He's successful in that. Just exit. Let the young ones come in and get the job done. Let people that are competent, that have the capacity to move this country forward. Otherwise, right now, the election 2027 is as useless as anything. So it's just like a complete waste of time to me, because it's going to be so rigged that even right now, if you notice what happened with the primaries, I'll give you an example. In all those states, they conducted primary in APC. The people that won those primaries, they went to Abuja, they replaced all of them because there is a group that is actually governor in all those states that is kind of aligned with the Tinubu, that is led by Minister of Interior Minister. This is what is happening in all those states. So there is a lot. So in 2027 election, you will not even see. 2023 was fair, was good. 2027, forget about it. They will just write name from Abuja and tell you to go to court. So now they're taking over the court. So we don't have an independent judicial system. So we don't. So let's not pretend. Yeah, Flagship was referring to how they convicted somebody. I saw that those people, their offense was, they said that they were hiding some information. They were supposed to disclose some information about the terrorists that kidnapped children in Ondo. In one day, which process is that? Show us the process. So we are in for a lot thing, to be honest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ewa. let's get back. Mr. James, do you know about the letter from Trump? Did you see the letter? Did you read the letter? Do you believe there was a letter?
Yeah. It's like asking me if I know anything about a military coup. Because you know how serious it is to know something about a military coup. In fact, I don't believe there was any letter. No letter was written. Because if we can have fake commissions, why should we not have fake letters? You get the point I'm making. So no letter was written, so we should not waste our time discussing the letter purportedly written by Donald Trump. Trump has got better things to think about. So that's how I see it. I'm sure the whole saga is revolving around this man, what's his name? The Beninese, we call him Igbag Abemila. I can't
Just call him Badger Gate. That would do.
Oh, Badger Abemila.
Yeah.
Is it Femi? Are you talking about Femi?
Yeah,
Femi
the Benin version. The Benin version is Igbag Abemila. I cannot translate it into English. Anyway, that man seemed to be the center of attraction in the whole confusion rocking the country. In my opinion, he should be compelled to step aside. But again, the people get the government they deserve. If this is what we deserve in Nigeria, there's nothing we can do about it.
All right. It's very interesting, following the media coverage of this story.
If you want me to add.
Yeah. KJ, you want to speak? Go ahead, KJ.
Okay, yeah, so of the truth, here is how the whole thing got to be where it is. Of course, you know that when you have an international forger as president, everything must be forged, including what we say in the mornings. So the Nigerian president had written a letter. We don't know the content of the letter, so we can't even discuss what he said. But in the response to what he wrote, there was a response on the 6th of July saying to him, well done for how far you have done, combating terrorism. But there's nothing beyond that, which they are now quoting, that's what he said to him. He didn't write all the other ones. So the challenge that some people have thrown to them is that since people will say he wrote that, publish the two letters, what you wrote to him and the response he gave you people on the 6th of July. Now, if the 6th of July letter was made available to you, why do you now reframe the 6th of July message and now brought it forward as if it's a fresh message written to you people to commend you and your policy, as that's how far you are tackling insecurity? So it is meant to divert our attention or to create an impression that they are working so hard to make sure that insecurity is no longer a thing. Just like Daniel Bola went to Shemu to say, in the 2 nights ago broadcast, yesterday broadcast, where he said that if God said he hates poverty, why are poor people still in church? These are the kind of mentality that they have. They don't process situation, don't process thoughts properly before they they jump into conclusion. So what if you ask me, is again a clear example of the forgery which we are now being exposed to in Nigeria. It no longer mean anything when our president, the highest office in the land, is caught. I mean, this is no longer local, it's now international, because nobody is local anymore. No news is local now. News is international. So even those from the White House who are monitoring the media all around the world must have seen this, and they will take us to, and then so somebody comes and says Atiku is the problem, Obasanjo is the problem. How is Obasanjo the problem, for crying out loud? Let us trace back that a bit, because I'm interested in that. Obasanjo took over Nigeria after how many years of military dictatorship? Are you going to say that he wasn't going to have some tendency of being dictatorial. That would be false fallacy. Okay, so whether he did well or he didn't do well, he tried his best. Remember, Rudolph, that at the time he took over this office, there are still certain things that were on ground which limits the people of the Southeast from attaining a certain position. And that's not, we don't want to divert our attention to that, so I'm not going to talk about that. But it was Obasanjo who broke some of those limitations that have been set before he came in. He couldn't have been able to do everything. Okay, I'm not praising him, but again, we cannot take away from him that if we're talking about Nigeria and development in Nigeria, Obasanjo and Buhari and Babangida cannot be too far away from being able. These people committed a lot of mistakes, if you call it, or deliberate mistakes, but they also contributed to the development of the country. Chiefly, which is that the fact that if there was no Babangida, the federal capital city, that's Abuja, will never have been this way. But because of that doggedness and that military precision or command that made him to be able to build Abuja the way it is. And if those people who were supposed to be civilians like us, if they had the foresight and the foreknowledge and better understanding than a military man, Nigeria would have gone far away than what we have done today. But if you notice, the only people who bring Nigeria to move forward are military men. Go check the history. Every some resemblance of development we have had in the past have been few civilians and a lot more military men who have put these things in place. So what shall we say then? That they did wrong? No. You cannot expect a man to give you orange when it's only banana that he has in his shelf. So, in conclusion, whether it's Atiku, the government is arguing that Atiku is disgracing Nigeria in international discipline. No, he's not disgracing Nigeria. He's taking one man who is involved in corruption, who is involved in forgery, who is involved in narcotics, who is involved in doing all kinds of dubious acts in the United States. And now they are now the superstars in Nigeria that determines for us how we go forward or what we do or do not do, which I think is very sad and also very, 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 look, sometimes we as Nigerians don't even think the power we have. We are supposed to pride ourselves at 230 million black people in one location. And yet these ideas we see, this nonsense we see, is that the only thing black people like us can think about? Is that the only way people like us, people who have been able to attain all levels of education and resourcefulness on earth, this is what's coming out of our quarters? It's an embarrassment to all of us, whether we like it or not. Is this the only person who can lead our country? So much so that we are spending $9 million to get a lobbyist to clean up his personality. How are they going to do that? Anyway, I rest my case, Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much. The flagship, let me hear your view.
Well, Rudolph, I kind of imagine what it would look like if the legendary Fela Kuti is still living today. And he wrote a song about the state of the nation. I wonder what it would sound like. And more so what the lyrics would look like compared to what it was when he was alive. On a lighter note, there is this adage in Nigeria that, and I'll say it in pidgin English, my apologies to those who really don't understand that language. They say when breeze blow, fowl yash go open, right? But in this case, we are finding out now that every time the breeze blow, they find out that the fowl has an underwear on. So you can't really see the behind of that fowl. Atiku and Tinubu are just two old men throwing slings and shots or mutts at each other, trying to get Tinubu to bring him down. It's unfortunate that Nigeria has so gone down in the eyes of the world, and that everything about us now is seen as forgery. It's been legalized. and even passed in the recent Electoral Act amendment that was made, where it is said that forgery is no longer a crime. So what do you expect? Trump does not write letters that much these days. If he wants to say anything, he does it by tweet or on his Truth Social platform. So I don't think these people realize what they are doing. They really must think that the Nigerian people are really daft as it is today to believe this letter, purported letter that they brought out. I really don't like to give life to that conversation because, in my opinion, it's a way to divert the attention from the real meat of what's going on in the country, the budget that is screwed up so bad, Femi Gbajabiamila, that is involved in a scandal that we should know about. Because I think maybe it was you, Rudolph, that said at the beginning of the show that we are beginning to find out now that it is not that Nigeria doesn't have money or the resources to take care of itself and its people. It's just that the level of mismanagement is beyond imagination from any spectrum, no matter how you look at it. So I think that this letter is just a distraction from what is really going on, the terrorism cases that are going on. What's his name? The other guy from the north, Borno State, I guess is where he's from. I'll remember it in a minute. That came out and said a few days ago that it is wrong to kill terrorists when you catch them. It's against religious laws. And that's why you find the three that they took to court and in a week came out with a verdict that they can walk away with life imprisonment. But we know that they really will not be imprisoned. The bottom line is this. Nigeria as a nation, and last week, someone asked you a question, Rudolph, and you did say that it's a failed state or does exhibit the characteristics of a failed state. And I can't but agree, that we have so been in a very deplorable state that nothing that comes out of there seems to be true. KJ is saying that they wrote a letter to the White House and got a response on July 6th. We really don't know if that did happen. So the spokesman for Tinubu or the presidency brought this out just to deflect and diverge the conversation from what it really ought to be and take Nigerians out of the meat of what's going on. Pretty much saying, the more you look, the less you see. So that's not something that we should really be focused on. It's a distraction. We really want to know what's happening with the budget. How long has this been going on? What's in the budget? It's a sorry state to hear the Senate president say that he approved a document that he never looked at. I never knew what was in the document. These are very worrisome developments that will make the hair of every Nigerian or well-meaning Nigerian stand. The Nigerian Bar Association just had an election and it's now beginning to be riddled with controversies of cheating. And so we are in a very, very bad state now that wherever you go as a Nigerian, whatever you do will be questioned because your country is now known to be a place where cheating and forgery is legal. So no matter how you present yourself, you'll be so scrutinized that you would think that you're being profiled. Of course you will be. So I think that this letter stuff is a distraction. I don't want to give it more energy than I've given it. I really want to go to the meat of what is sucking the energy out of that country and why we cannot seem to get things together, regardless of how bountiful the resources we have, intelligence, human capital, and so on, that is putting us where we are when we're not supposed to be there. That's where I'll leave it for now, Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much, the flagship. Femi.
So originally, I think I was late to the table regarding this letter. But then what I did initially when I saw it was, according to you and KG, who are the professionals, Shebi, if you appears in Rotas, it counts as is it real or fake still?
If what? No, okay. So let me say that because I know that's where you're going. Okay, finish your thought. Let me
you finish. Don't use California.
I've been looking at that. I wanted to know what did the online media, what did they report? You can see that Sahara Reporters did not carry that story. People's Gazette did not carry that story. Premium Times carried the story. It was only Premium Times that put it in context. So the context was that Tinubu wrote Trump. And of course, just like we saw the FIFA president, he praised Trump. And Trump likes that.
I was going to get there.
So Trump now had to respond. Of course, it's not Trump that did this, because if it were to be Trump, he would put it up, like we were saying, if Trump actually cared about this. But this is
and in capital letters too.
This is part of the lobbying that happened. The lobby said, write him. Maybe the lobby group, they were the one that drafted the thing. It was something came from Nigeria to Trump, and Trump now was compelled. Somebody responded to Nigeria. If it were to be Trump, of course, he will put it up and he will sign his signature. And because they don't have that, they could only make up something to show the Nigerian people. So they responded, and they respond no matter who wrote you. The diplomatic response is to say, okay, you praise me and the work you're doing, we are working hand in hand, because of course I have not seen the president's letter to Trump, but I can tell you that basically what he says is that you are the greatest president in the world, that we appreciate how you helped us to do this, and we are telling you that we've achieved a lot in the last few years, and we hope to continue to work with you. That's it. It's enough for Trump. Diplomatically, you have to respond, and the response will be, oh, thank you for the nice job you are doing. We are going to keep working together, blah, 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 blah. It could not be more than that. But they are not showing it because they now escalated it, promoted it more than what it was, whatever they did. So anyway, that's what I think happened.
So even though you're stealing from my, you've copied from my book. Anyway, so like I said, you and KJ are the professors of journalism, so I've learned from the best. According to you, because I don't know anything about journalism, he told us a while ago that if it's coming from credible, I listen to you, I like some of the English you use, so you know I'm your follower. So long as it's coming from credible international organizations.
So when you talked about Reuters, okay? If you look at Reuters' story, it was written by a Nigerian. So this is how Reuters and Associated Press and all those news agencies, how they work. They have people in Nigeria. So if I'm Reuters correspondent in Nigeria and I'm seeing the Punch and the Vanguard and all these papers reporting that Trump wrote Tinubu, okay, there will be pressure on me to file my report on that.
Okay.
Now, if I don't have any way of confirming, I can base my report on just what the other papers are writing. But I trust the people like in People's Gazette, Premium Times, and Sahara. They will do more. They are not going to follow what Bayo issued to them. So if Bayo issues a statement to them, they are not going to say, okay, this is the story. That Tinubu, they will want to know more. And that was why only Premium Times is the only one that gave us the context. Because without the context, Bayo didn't give us the context. Bayo didn't say, oh, we wrote Trump and Trump wrote us back. And this is what Trump said. No, that wouldn't serve the purpose of what they wanted to achieve with that letter. So they just made it like from nowhere.
Sorry, Femi, I need to add Rudolph question. Sorry, Femi, sorry. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Let's assume there is letter from Trump and White House.
Yeah.
What is special about the letter? What's special? Is it the one to tell Trump is not doing well in his own country? Why is he writing letter? Like, is he the one that will tell us what the people are feeling in Nigeria? It doesn't. To me,
you're right.
Rudolph, I don't understand. AY, what are you saying? Has any American told that the American economy is not doing well?
I'm in America. I live in America.
I mean,
you want to have a debate? We can have it on Friday.
You know so much what's going on, and then hold on. I'm asking you a question. Question I'm asking you back. Are you saying that the most powerful president in the world, his word doesn't mean anything? What are you saying? Who is Nigeria?
It means nothing to Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. It means nothing.
It means everything.
You see,
it means. Let me tell you.
Sorry.
Hold on. That's how some of this Nigerian media. Did you hear one of them was saying the other day? And if America let them withhold their aid, what do they do with their aid? My dear brother, the aid they are withholding will knock down most of things going on in Nigeria.
I know a lot of us. I know a lot of us are struggling from colonial hangover. Listen, we should not be celebrating Trump, even if there is a letter praising Tinubu. We are
talking about the president of America. We're talking about the most powerful president in the world.
What are you saying? Which most powerful? Let Rudolph just address it. I don't know why we are concerned about letter or no letter.
Okay, guys, please, I beg. Let me just so I don't want to forget what I intentionally. Rudolph knows what I'm doing. I'm messing with it. Guys, please, I beg. Let me just. I don't. Okay, so Rudolph, you get the gist of why. You caught me. You get the gist of why I was coming that way, and you've successfully educated us further as to how some of these other things that you didn't, the flesh that you didn't have previously when you mentioned that part about credible international. And you can see my cynicism when I keep saying that. But that said, at the end of the day, with all of what you said, which I agree with, and just like what every other person may have contributed to. At the end of the day, I feel it's just another distraction because there's this thing about the way I look at the world generally, in terms of whether you're talking about geopolitics or even just our own local Nigerian politics. I keep mentioning one thing, this is how I'm going to head. The moment they keep telling us, in my own opinion, this is where to look. Don't look there. You lost me because I see the world differently from a lot of people. People get easily distracted. Now, they don't need a game, but I think Nigerians hopefully caught up with this one. So that's what they want us to be talking about now.
All right, thank you. VA, after
VA. Okay, if you don't mind, I just want to correct something. You see, when I'm talking about the presidency of America, I'm not referring to one man. Because the man has a time space. America will continue even after that individual has left the office. The power that is behind that office, what we're talking about. And whether you like it or not, or any other person does not appreciate it, that power is holding the world to where it is today. You cannot tell me otherwise. The simple fact there was once, hold on.
Nigeria is a sovereign country.
Hold on. There was one simple action that was taken by this individual when he came in. I know majority of my friends who have lost jobs in the NGO world in Nigeria. They will not do anything. Just one man's action. Somewhere not close to where they are. Those offices have shut down. There is no money to run them. When we come here and we try to play down on the importance of people and looking at the individual, instead of looking at the power that's behind the office, you cannot tell me that the overall office doesn't have authority over the world.
You see,
you can't tell me that. Hold on. Let us stop.
No.
Okay, hold on. I will love to debate you on this. I think we should be the first people to debate.
Yeah, you are going far away from the topic.
Okay.
I will sign you guys up for Friday. Two of you will debate. But let's go back to VA. VA, go ahead, weigh in on this. Mr. James has something to comment, and then Master. Then I'll give my conclusion. Go ahead, VA.
Femi, stick to your gods. No believe Dr. Lamidi. All the media are the same. They're all fake news.
That's true.
They're after their interest. They're all after their interest. All of them, CNN, Reuters, so whatever name they call them, everybody has interest, and most of them are ideological based. So stay your lane, stay with your gods. You're on the right path. See them like that. You are better off. On the issue they discuss, I see it as a trial balloon, in all our politics, the school of thought. It's what we call trial balloon, when they put something out there to test the opinion of the people, to see how they want to go. That's what I saw here. But for me, based on that, most importantly, they pay attention to reaction of people. it baffles me to notice that now the same people who Donald Trump coming to fight for the Christian, who are celebrating, who don't see anything wrong with that, who give their full support. And one way or the other, the same people who kind of take what I said, child balloon, this letter to heart. No, it not be happen. No. So, what do you guys want? What you would want? When the person come, let's say the letter is actually what he said it is. That's how you guys will react. I'm angry that the man that came to fix a problem is now saying that problem is in the right direction to solution. All of them are beginning angry again. So it's funny to me. And for that reason, I give Bola Tinubu kudos, a political genius. Because 6 months ago, we are not waiting with the talk now. We all wrote him off. The country has been written off. But single-handedly, if you ask me, I think he actually kind of, is in charge of everything. If the Americans can lift up their boot and say that I have confidence in this man, that's even without the letter saying it, that's a direct statement. When they take their troop of Nigeria, they are saying that we have confidence in the administration now. It can take care of the situation. That's what they're indirectly saying. But as I said, the reaction is actually very alarming. It's sad because most of these people now are the so-called educated people. They consider every one of us illiterate. They are happy. They are celebrating the welcoming of America to intervene. But from shadow of nowhere, they are the same people getting angry. Like, the man, like, what do you guys want? What do you now want? And so those who are saying Nigeria is a sovereign nation, keep deceiving yourself. It's not. When negotiated settlements, an open society to every powerful nation out there to come and do and undo. So therefore, those that is selected to pave way for them are also doing and undo. That's what we are experiencing. And we that actually went to school understand this. But instead of us to face the challenge, we go say now the poor people, then be the problem, Nigeria the problem. I was listening to Dr. Damichi's presentation earlier on. When you are citing a problem of the legislator, like that of why the Senate president don't know or is not in charge of his duty. Instead of you to force the media, let me use the media as a point of the educated elite, who are supposed to be in charge of every segment of the budget, to the explain and to the we illiterates, to see where we go react or no go react. No, we go accuse them. They are stupid. Probably stupid because they don't know a job. Doesn't matter if you don't know a job. The point is that is it benefiting from what he's doing? The question is yes. And if you understand the setting of Senate, he's not supposed to know. Because his position, now if not because of the tri-party politics where they play, now make them kind of give that position a lot of power. And I said, ceremonial position. So there are more technical ends to that aspect where that's why I'm faulting Dr. Damaji. You are blaming them so that doesn't help the ordinary Nigerian. Because you are not breaking down the technical fault that the Senate failed people to do so that the illiterate like us go understand and will not say where we go react or we no go react. Just like the opposition are expecting the Nigeria to come out and mass and vote for them. It's an expectation. And I can guarantee it's not going to play out that way. We expect our fellow human being to do the right thing. That is the most stupid thing ever know, because an average human being has the tendency to be evil and good at the same time. It depends on the circumstances. So what are you expecting him if you did not set the laws and parameters for him to operate on? That's just the difference between Nigeria and America, for instance. So we that understand the law, educated people, it is upon us to actually break it down for the ordinary Nigerian to even understand first where I go to react. So again, as I said, the letter I call it a trial balloon to test how people go react. And as I said, I am disappointed. Let's even assume it's true. The same group of people, where they celebrate they won't kill Donald Trump because they were over president, are the same people who are hanging at Obi, they say they won't kill Obi. There's something wrong with this group of people. I'm sorry to say. I rest my case.
All right, thank you. Mr. James, give me 1 minute. Let me just respond to there are some things that I need to put out here. There's a movement in India called the Cockroach Party, something like that. These are young kids who found out that there's an important exam they take in India to get into medical school. It was a very difficult exam, and for 2 out of the last 3 years, that exam papers leaked, and they decided to demonstrate. It wasn't the media that instigated them to demonstrate. What the media did was to report that this paper leaked. If you look at Ukraine, the president fired last week the Minister of Defense. The people of the country rose up and decided to demonstrate and insisted that that wasn't the right decision, that the right decision was for the president to fire the leader of the army. And Zelensky was forced 2 days ago to fire the guy. I'm saying that I don't know what, Ovie, your issue with what you're expecting.
You are wrong, and I'll point it out to you where you are wrong. Yes, I'm waiting.
What the media should do is when I played the video from Arise was pointing out that they budgeted this, they sent this money to this department. This department was supposed to be in charge of blue economy. How are they going to construct roads? That they did this, and they are pointing it out. They are using this money for this, and they should. That's all the job of the media. Their job is not to tell you to go on. It's up to you, the people, to decide what you want to do with that information. Okay? The actual media, proper media, shouldn't have opinion. It should just be giving you the information. This is what's happening in your country. Whatever you want to do with that, it's up to you. One last thing before I hand over to go back to the conversation.
No, I'll push back on your analogy. And I don't want totally out of place. Okay, no, it's out of place. The India question is out of place. You will give me 1 minute to respond, please.
Okay, 1 minute I'll give you. All right. So when we say that these are distractions, in New York here, they have this police tactic. They use it to operate in the past, where they say, if they see your car and you have a broken light, they stop you. The thinking is that broken light is not a big deal, but they believe that if you allow that to drive a car with a broken light, that you are likely doing other things that are bad. And if you think about the mobs, when the mobs were in charge of New York, do you know what they did to them? They did not actually defeat the mobs by catching them where they are saying, go and kill somebody. No, they caught them doing little things like wire fraud, lying to the police. So when we look at issue like this, that the presidency of Nigeria got a letter, a reply to Donald Trump, and reframed it to make it mean something else, that's something that we should not consider as a distraction. Because if they do that small thing, there are bigger things that they are doing. And we're beginning to see that when you look at the budget, because those are the bigger things. But we allow them to do the small things, and then they have that confidence to do the bigger ones. That's all I want to say. Respond in 1 minute, and then want to hear everybody.
First one, you said India. I know you are conscious of time, but it's also important, if we don't have time, we should stop using some illustration. It is important when you are using India as an example. There are some caveats or some nuances that you have to factor in. India fought for their freedom. That affects the psyche of how every Indian behaves. We will negotiate for our freedom. By extension, the populists are expecting the leader to always lead the way. That is the difference. So if you don't expect, you expect every ordinary Nigerian to behave like Indian, you are expecting nothing what you are not so or teach them how to do to give you back, and that is unfair. That is on the India side. On the media, first of all, you say they use blue economy. Dr. Damage, if I go in Ndobi today, I guarantee you, 5 of every adult in Ndobi don't know what they mean of blue economy. Now, the media did not fail that aspect. As I use the media as a point of contact to win the intellectual, whose job is to explain what blue economy means to an average Ndobi person. Since we are brought up, we negotiated our existence, we are meant to be looking up our leader to show us the way. And in this case, our leader are the educated people. That's where I bring us in. So, the media are biased. The reason why they are focusing on, there's a sitting senator, let me even take us back, who came out to say there is this budget that they are presenting is faulty. That person, the senator from Bauchi. So not be today. Everything that they are now discovering, they are bringing to our consciousness for the past 6 months. We educated people again have failed to go down to the village people and explain to them what all this means. Agriculture industry, they build, they say they construct road. How do you expect an average Nigerian that you are expecting to report to understand what I mean without us actually doing the work? So what we are doing here, when I say it's a distraction, we are reiterating the elite perspective, the elite of what which the Nigerians should consume, and we know they are after their own interests. I am not saying we should not do what we are doing. We should stop expecting what we have not sold or given to the ordinary Nigerian from them. It's unfair. If we are expecting an average Nigerian to just take to the street and be a revolution all of a sudden, we have to teach them because we did not show them when we are fighting for our freedom. We negotiated for it. Their video, they can't tell us that we get freedom, everybody begins to happy. So there are also their caveats and nuances to actually the factor to compare Nigeria with other places. Thank you.
Obia, we'll see you on Friday if you want to debate.
I'm ready to take anybody. As I said, I debate my mate, the rest I teach. Anybody that is ready to make it come up, bring out the also, I challenged OC to come on. I just said, I'm going to say me that I don't see anybody. I'm not scared. It's just that it not be everybody. It not be just because the person they come here, they share because I want follow and debate. You never read, you never study this. I'm not going to follow you. So, but I'm ready. Set time, said it. Anybody, I've said it before. I'm down. I'm free. I'm on the road now, so I get time.
All right, thank you. James, you wanted to say something?
Yes, the funny thing is that this is a civilian dispensation we're in. The sovereignty of Nigeria, which people talk about all the time. Anyway, it's true we negotiated our independence. We did not fight for it like South Africa, Zimbabwe, and other countries like Mozambique. But despite the fact that we fought, we did not fight for our independence, we negotiated it. There were some moves the military took, which one should not expect of people who negotiated for their independence. I remember when Umaru Diko was almost kidnapped from the UK to Nigeria. The aircraft, Nigeria Airways aircraft, was grounded at Stansted Airport in the UK. In retaliation, British Caledonia flight was, grounded at Murtala Mohammed Airport. When they released the Nigerian aircraft over there, we released theirs over here. Henry Kissinger was in Liberia, I can't remember the year, to negotiate certain things with the Liberian officials. So they found it necessary to do certain things in Nigeria, so he informed the Nigerian government that is coming over. That was Murtala Mohammed's government. Murtala Mohammed's government told him, this is not how we do it diplomatically. If you're in Liberia, finish your business and go home and come back to Nigeria as a country. Nigeria is not a country you just come to on your whims and caprices. There are procedures you need to follow. We were able to stand our grounds during the military dispensation. But what are we here discussing today? We are discussing a letter purported to be written by Donald Trump. That is the level we've descended to so far. I always say that Nigeria is beyond redemption. If you have anybody of my age you are close to, discuss with him to know how Nigeria was organized during the military era. We were able to stand our grounds. What we did for other African states, particularly Angola, and they got their independence. In the city of Luanda today, there's a major street there, they named Murtala Mohammed Highway in the city of Luanda, because of the kind of things we did, which many countries did not expect. But it's very dehumanizing, it's degrading that people are exploring space, and here we are discussing letters, and we want to be called the champions of the, what's it called, the giant of Africa. We have too many rivers to cross. In fact, we cannot even cross one of those rivers. This is why I believe Nigeria as a country is beyond redemption. We should call a spade a spade. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Maska, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah, how are you?
Good evening, everybody. and thank you once again for the wonderful work you're doing. Well, fortunately enough for me, I think Mr. James just picked all his words out of my mouth. So as we used to say, I line up behind the last speaker. I support the last speaker. But what I would want to add is, people, KJ, I don't think, there are some, okay, so let me rewind back and start from this point. There are assertions and there are premise. I mean, we make assertions and normally they should be based on a premise. When you're making Donald Trump sound like almost, I don't want to use a prophet, but you sound as if like, the reality is that you yourself have been in this panel and you're saying that you are criticizing Nigeria because in Nigeria, might is right. I remember that discussion very clearly. You are angry that in Nigeria, might has become right. And this is the same proposition you're putting on the table, that you are the president of a big country like America. If, for instance, you're killing all your people, why would I take you as a big person? I'm not saying he's doing that. I'm just saying that, like, assertions should be based on premise. Donald Trump, just because he's the president of America, does not make him any big deal, sincerely speaking. It's the impact he's having in the world that should really be an issue. And I think sometimes if it's our country, if you take for instance the president of the country now, Tinubu, with your assertion, it means that this man, we must carry him on a platter of gold. Is that what we should do just because he's the president of the largest black country in the world? Doesn't mean anything. If you're nonsense, you're nonsense. I just want to I like looking for KJ's problem all the time, so I rest it here, Mr. Rudolph. But I totally lined up behind Mr. James. The reality is that as a country, we were better than this. There is a speech Murtala made that Africa has come of age. I doubt if at that time anybody in the world can write Murtala a letter. Oh, well, anyway, let me not overlabor the issue. I think I rest the case here. Mr. James, I have spoken eloquently. Thank you.
Okay, Rudolph, if you give me 1 minute, I want to clarify something. See, you're sincerely sitting here. I was in a meeting. I was one of those people that was called from the university to come and attend the meeting when Clinton came to Abuja in Women's Center, Women Development Center. I was there. And the speech that he made on the soil of Nigeria is even more powerful than that which Murtala Muhammad made many years ago. He said to the, hold on, you are disagreeing when you have not even heard what he said. Okay, do you know what he said? Do you know what he said? You are disagreeing because it's okay they're talking about it. Okay, so Rudolph, where I was going to is this. Clinton said to Nigerians and the leaders of those people and the youths like us who were there at that time, that in the next millennium, Nigeria is expected to lead the next millennium. In other words, they've already seen that we have come of age. Now it is for us now to determine how the world goes from there for that place forward. It was a very insightful, speech, and every one of us left there believing, and that's why most of us remain there, believing that indeed we have come of age and we are going to push, to the next frontier, even including the leadership. But that never happened. Instead, we reversed back. We broke every barrier going backwards. And now, when I make speech, please don't run away because it's KJ talking about it. Follow what I'm saying. I'm not talking about an individual who is sitting on the platform right now. I'm talking about the power of in the office the individual is sitting. And that individual may not be applying that power in a wrongful way. You and I know, and every other person who lives in America know that nobody's above the law in America, whether now or later. If they don't catch you now, they will catch you later. And that's why they say if you can't do the crime in America, if you can't do the time, don't commit the crime, because you will definitely pay for it. So when I'm talking about this, I'm not necessarily talking about people who are now holding office. For crying out loud, we can't even compare the Nigerian presidency and that of America, because Nigerian presidency, the president can wake up and say subsidy is gone. That's it. In America, the president cannot wake up and say subsidy is gone. That will be it. It will be challenged by even those in the streets who have no name. They can take it to any level. And many policies in America have been overturned just because an ordinary individual in the street protested about it, and I was there to go to court. So we are talking about the two levels of different of operations here. I am saying that no matter how you see it, whether you like the person who is there or not, that individual can turn the course of history, including in our own country, without us doing anything about it. Without us doing anything, I repeat, without us doing anything about it. I'm a realist. I like to look at things in the realistic form. And that is where I see it. You may agree with me, you may disagree with me, but that's my position. Thank you.
Rudolph, please, 1 minute too, please. Can I go ahead?
1 minute. Stay humble.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, the argument of those that want to turn Donald Trump to God, it's actually sad. Mr. James has spoken well. Hold on. KJ,
now. You are still making the statement of calling those who want to call it a God. You are misinterpreting what I just told you. If you want me to speak outside language to you, so I can understand what I'm saying, how about?
Okay, Rudolph, I'll take my 1 minute back. Okay, so see, here is my issue with the hypocrisy of turning President Trump to God. You go Nigeria and start bashing Tinubu and telling you, here is it. In America today, like what I said, KJ was attacking me. When you check the economic indices, the unemployment that was added over to Trump was 4.0. Today is 4.2. When you check the inflation rate, American inflation rate is at 4.3 currently. Biden was trying to pull this on inflation to 2.7. It's still crazy. The interest rate high from what Biden added over. There is slow job growth. The cost of living in America, luckily, all of you live in America. You don't need the evil data. Go to grocery, go to gas station, go there, go and see what is going on. America cannot afford basic life. Rent is crazy. People are suffering in America. Same thing. This is what is going on in Nigeria, where the ordinary people are suffering. I don't have problem criticizing Tinubu, but when people criticize Trump, I said the economy is not doing good. The core MAGA supporters, they back out from Trump madness. They are not supporting. So these are facts. So it's not issue of throw emotion around, throw emotion. If you insist Tinubu, Trump is God in America, Tinubu is God in Nigeria because he's also a president of a sovereign nation. Why don't you respect him then? So let's not pick and choose. You have to stop this double standard. This is my issue with our people. Thank you.
All right.
Rudolph,
I don't know
1 minute,
please.
please.
Please, I need 1 minute also to just
Master.
KG.
Okay, so
30 seconds, please. I think the
Master, first of all, hold on.
Why have we not developed discipline yet?
Hold on, Flagship. Hold on.
Since I left.
Master, you have two. I think you're on YouTube and you're on StreamYard. So
you are echoing.
It's from you. So find out.
Echoing.
Yeah.
No, so it's not from me. I'm only on what do you call it? Yard stream. So
okay, but if you are not, I mute everybody. If I mute you, it stops. But if you are on, it happens. Yeah, see, it doesn't happen anymore. But if you,
Dr. Damage, maybe not you.
No, it can be me.
Is it still happening?
Let's see.
No. Yes.
Is it still happening?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't happen when you speak. It only happens when we speak to you.
Yeah, so then let me be talking now.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so KJ, I just want to clarify the context within which I said Murtala made a very powerful speech. When he said Africa has come of age, it's not because he's saying we are big boys now. Actually, I thought you should know as a journalist that this is exactly the same context. Gerald Ford, the president of USA, wrote African countries a letter that we should not support MPLA of Agostino Neto. That was when Murtala stood up and made that speech that Africa has come of age. He was not talking only about Nigeria now. He was replying to the then sitting American president that you think they are almost demigods. He replied to, go and read that speech. I don't think I'll bore people with that. You should go and read the speech Murtala gave to Gerald Ford, a president of America, simply because he said we should not support Angola's MPLA. I will rest.
He was the last nationalist.
It was a written letter he wrote to African president. Murtala responded. So I just want to go and read. I won't bore people with the speech or the letter.
All right.
People should go and look at it.
Murtala was the last nationalist.
I think it's from a view.
Sorry, when Mr. James was talking, in my mind, these are the circumstances he was referring to. That people used to see or take us with dignity. Not now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Flagship. You are muted, Flagship.
Flagship, you are muted.
Temu.
Maybe nine they echoed before.
No, it wasn't him.
I think he needs to go out and come
yeah, Flagship, you can come back in, and then stay humble. Welcome to the show.
Whenever a northerner comes here, Dr. Damages, you automatically make him the special guest. Why is this?
Why are you people? Why are you people worried about? I don't understand. What?
Oh, yeah.
Stay humble. I thought
it's a recurring decimal.
Hold on. Stay humble. Hold on. If I come into a platform, I'm interested in my contribution. I don't know why people are interested in any other thing. I'm here to contribute. I'm seeing, I have an idea, something you people are missing. And I do that. I go to different platforms. I can stay for 30 minutes. If I have a reason to come in, I come in and I say what I want to say. Not try to control what is going on there, how it's going. That's not important. You
but would they say 3 hours for here, doctor? Would they say 3 hour times we never talk?
You're here to say something, and that should be your goal, not about how things are being managed. I've told you guys that there is production. This is not debating society where everybody has 5 minutes and the timer, the George didn't give me enough time. This is not what we're doing here. It's like when you are on, what is this, a TV show in Africa, Big Brother, you don't tell them, I didn't get 5 minutes. This person had 30 minutes. Why is it the start? That's not how it goes. So let's forget about that. Just do your contribution is what we want, not to help us manage this. But if you want to be part of the production, you can talk to me. We can bring you in and you see why we do things we do. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, if you're waiting for me to be part of a production where you give a northerner, you automatically make a northerner the special guest each time. Then you have to wait forever and ever and ever. Anyway, because yeah, it's been a recurring decimal, and each time I want to maybe wear your lens and see through the prism of what the heck they even say that makes the content rich. I don't see anything. They just spew division, a lot of hate, a lot of hypocrisy, etc. Coming here to tell us that Murtala Mohammed was very powerful, this and that. The same northerners that destroyed Nigeria. Why did Buhari stop funding students for International Maths Olympiad? Why did they stop sponsoring? So if you want to know the answer, go and look at the history of Nigeria's participation at the International Maths Olympiad. It's very simple to look at. Just type International Maths Olympiad /Nigeria. Look at our participation. Look at when we started in 2004 till when they stopped in 2018, 2019. If you just study it, if you have any question, just ask me. The next time you see me, I will explain to you. But if you study it, you see the reason why Buhari stopped funding the participation of Nigerian students for the International Maths Olympiad. Now, having said that, we have so many people among us here who are starting to show us their true color. You know, in the past, they came with this notion that they were fighting for a good Nigeria, that they were neutral, but we all know what they stand for. We all know who they stand for. And we have the likes of AY, you know, who is clearly, a fan of Mr. Bola Tinubu, you know, but he came in as a neutral person in quotes, and with time, he's showing us his true colors, you know, saying that United States of America, that they have their own problems. So that means we should not complain when Nigeria, if here in the United Kingdom, you know, there are issues, you know, there are issues of security sometimes, issues of unemployment sometimes, so many issues, you know, but you can compare it with the riots in Nigeria. You know, there's so much mess in Nigeria. And when you look at the issue of that letter, some people here are saying that, that we should not even consider it, that it's negligible. But now, why did they not publish the letter that they sent to Donald Trump? You know, because if you look at that text, it was in response to a letter that had been sent to Trump. Maybe the letter that they sent to Trump acknowledged the Christian genocide that we're talking about. There's so many, you know, so many hypocrites, even among us here. We are giving our word salad and trying to deny. In fact, when Trump made that tweet in October last year, I was discussing with a Nigerian, you know, here in the UK, and you know, saying, look, that Nigeria is a sovereign country. That what America is looking for was oil, what blah blah blah. But when they now bombed the terrorists in Sokoto, the same people saying that, we're a sovereign country, this, because they thought that Tinubu was in support of it. They made a vote first and started supporting Trump. They all became fans of Trump, you know, till recently. Even when they released the so-called letter, you know, they were all jumping up and celebrating the acknowledgement of Bola Tinubu by Donald Trump. But if we consider the carnage in Nigeria, all sorts of mess. This morning, I read a story about a doctor in Ghana. So this doctor was posted to a rural hospital, district hospital, that so many doctors wouldn't want to be posted to, you know, because, you know, the new doctors would want to stay back in the urban areas. So this doctor was given an award for accepting that posting. And she was given an award of, I think, 20,000 Ghana cedis. And she used the 20,000 Ghana cedis to, not for herself, she bought a lot of equipment. She bought nebulizers, she bought vein finder, she bought drip stand, she bought blood pressure monitors, all sorts of things, and donated to the hospital. And people were commenting, you know, congratulating her. And among the comments, I saw that if it was the government that spent the money to buy those things, it wouldn't be 20,000 Ghana cedis. It probably would be 100,000 or even 500,000 Ghana cedis. And the same thing is applicable in Nigeria. And sometimes you hear some of our young people, and not even our young people, I'm more disappointed in the young people. If I hear people in their 50s or 60s say things that will cause the ear to tingle, I wouldn't even be surprised, because they have all been conditioned, you know, they've all been conditioned to be slaves. you know. So recently I was watching something and I saw a young lady stand up in a class and she was talking about politics. Really interesting. And she was saying, oh, look, that so and so ethnic group that they, you know, that they are good, but they've not learned politics. Then in politics, you need to build bridges, you need to build this, and you need to be that. That's so maverick in Nigerian politics. Was able to build bridges. He was able to build the bridges, and over the years and over the decades, you've had those bridges being built among criminals, and they've rendered your country really useless. And someone is here, a northerner, trying to make fool of us and trying to tell us that Nigeria is such a great country. Where do you live? If you live in Nigeria, no problem. But if you live outside Nigeria, you know, then there's a problem. There is something wrong with you. Because if you live outside Nigeria, you know that Nigeria is not even in the conversation. It's never in the conversation. So if you're here, if you live in Nigeria, I don't have any problem with you, you know. And someone is trying to tell her, oh, that somebody has built bridges to torment you, has built bridges to make you live in a country where 20-something million children are out of school, has built bridges to make you live in a country where people do not even have access to the very basic things of life, where people wake up and they're not even sure that they will come back alive because they might be knocked down by tricycle or motorcycle or whatever, because there's no rule of law. Somebody will pick up a vehicle and just start driving, no license, nothing, just because they could afford to get the vehicle. And anybody could be the victim. So please, you know, I have advised people enough on this platform, but again, we will not relent from advising. If you want to gaslight, just gaslight yourself. There are so many young people watching this show, and they are looking up to us to provide a solution, to provide common sense. So let us be well guided and talk common sense.
All right, thank you. Stay humble. There's something you said now at the end of your talk, that we should not relent, that you've been advising or guiding people, and that you're not giving up. It gave me hope, because I was almost at the point of giving up. The only thing I preach here, the only thing I care about is that the idea, that's my only hope. And I feel like a failure when you started talking, that we should not generalize. We should not use action of one person to condemn a group, any group, tall people, short people, any group. And you of young, I see you as one of the young people here. And I do give preferences to young people. People say that, and I don't hide it. You know, someone like Sobi or you. But when I see you say things like that, Northerners, because of what Buhari did, this Northerners. And if you're an Igbo person, and this is very passionate, I'm passionate about this. If you're an Igbo person and you have not learned that what happened during the war was that the action of those army officers was attributed to all Igbo people, and you are doing the same thing. Whatever anybody, please don't interrupt me, please. Whatever anybody did, judge that person. I've quoted Achebe, I've quoted everybody. Just don't generalize. There's no reason for that. You don't want it when it's done to you. Why will you do that to somebody else? That was why one man came here and said, Igbo people are doing, and I'm asking him, you know me, one man I talked to, do you think I'm thinking that way? Why will you say that? Even if it's only one person, even if 99.9% of Igbo people did something, if one person did not do it, you can't say all Igbo people, all Northerners. And when it comes from a young person, if it's older people like Pansat, I look at them like that. I mean, you can't change some people. But if we are at that point where the young ones coming up and living in the West, It bothers me. If there's nothing, people will learn 3 years of coming here, putting my life, just trying to facilitate conversation. And that basic one has not been picked up. I don't know what else I can do. That you cannot generalize. It doesn't matter. If there is a chance that one person does not behave that way, one short person is not angry, it doesn't lose their temper. You can't say that all short people, they lose their temper. Basic thing. Why don't you say Buhari? Buhari did this. Okay, I'm not going to stop you. If you have issue with Maska did this. Okay, but not all Northerners, all Igbo people, all Yoruba people. It's very cheap. Achebe said, this is what Achebe said. Stereotypes are not necessarily malicious. They may be well-meaning or even friendly, but in every case, even if you are praising them, in every case, they show a carelessness or laziness or indifference of attitude that implies that the object of your characterization is not worth the trouble of individual assessment. I've never read anything in my life that is more than this. If you are going to generalize a group that I'm part of, it means that you don't think I deserve individual assessment because I'm tall, so I should know how to play basketball. Why? It's not true. Because I'm Indian, I should be smart. That's not true. Can you imagine you're a student in class and you are Indian? Everybody's thinking you are smart, but you're not. Every time the teacher will come to you and ask you a question, will you like that? It may even be well-meaning, but it's still wrong. Please, if there's anything you can take from, please, just do it for me. It makes me lose my mind that after preaching for so many years, more than 4 years, that basic thing, all Northerners, all Igbos, all Yorubas, all Akure people, it's wrong. Alexandra Dumas said, all generalization is wrong, including this one.
All right. What is it in my speech that is getting?
You mean all the advice are wrong?
Yeah, all of them are wrong.
What was it in my speech?
Basically, stay humble. You were saying when you said all Northerners did whatever, I stopped listening. I just lost. I just said, why would you say that? Why? Do you know all Northerners? Have you talked to them? Did they destroy Nigeria at the same time? Did all Igbos plan the coup that led them to kill Igbo people in some parts of the country? You will make that case that they did not. But then you are again doing the same thing. We're in trouble. Tomorrow, People's Gazette will publish a column I wrote. The title of the column is hold on, guys. I will share it when it comes up next week. It's called How Hate. Wait. Ovie, when you talk, you just distract me, please. How hate becomes a virus that consumes us. How hate becomes a virus that consumes us, all of us. If I can get this to people to be mindful of this, and then I'm a failure. I don't know what we achieved all this while. All right, thank you. Stay humble. Let's see who is. I think Dexter is the next person. That Dexter, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, interesting. I've been looking at the background. I think it's quite interesting. I kind of agree with what Mr. James said. So Dr. Damages, I proposed something. There was a week you were not here, and that was, I think, Forefathers was handling the show, and I was saying maybe one thing we can add to this show is let's add some value. Like we see the Nigerian budget, how you can see all the flaws in the Nigerian budget. The question is, if power drops on anybody's lap here, do we think we'll do a better job? Absolutely. If you drop power over his lap, it will be worse than Edo State will be worse. Actually, that's the truth. If you drop power on White's lap, it will be a disaster. So I'm not just saying that many of us here, because we're not prepared, we're just stuck in rhetorics. You campaign in poetry, but you govern in prose. So I was saying then that why don't we do like an academic session here, even if it's for 1 hour. We have the budget of this state, example like Edo State. Let AY look at that budget and come in 4 weeks' time and show us what, if he was the governor of the state, what he would do. And do a presentation, show us what, because we must not just see as ourselves as ranting. We have to start showing how we can add value. What are people going to do? Because it's just easy to come and talk, it's easy to point out the problem on anything. A small kid, if you give an 8-year kid, he will do the same thing. So the question is, how do we add value? So we have to start assessing ourselves. What is our capacity to add value to the system? So that was what I was proposing. The budget, the breakdown of budget, I think is public. It's a public document. And in the weeks that are coming, people can say, AKJ can take his Abia State or Anambra State, and tell us what he would do differently. It must not be your state. You can decide to take Ebonyi State or even Kano. Then tell us what you would do differently, objectively, and maybe have a PowerPoint slide of, just or Power BI, just present to just make it clean and so everybody sees it. So so that we can start sharing that level of idea. Because if we don't start doing that, the truth is that the Bola Tinubus of this world will not remain forever. And Dr. Damage, let me get just like you today. Just imagine for some reason somebody that enters power that you are within the person's connection. The person now says, I want Dr. Damages to come and lead something. Who are you going to? And then they call you and then they say, you need to bring like 5 people or 10 people. Who are you going to bring? Do you have anybody in mind? Do you know the quality of the decisions they are going to make? So as much as we come here, we have to start making it. We have to start making it a resource from which people can pull quality out of. I mean, who knows tomorrow somebody here might become a minister, and the person is thinking, who is in my connection? I think Chidori Kalu was. If you listen to his interview, he says one of the reasons Tinubu is struggling is because he doesn't have any connection. He didn't go to school, so he doesn't have any school alumni to call upon. He didn't do youth service. He doesn't have anybody in youth service. He didn't actually work. He doesn't have any profit. So if you look at everybody he has selected in his ministerial slot, it's all politics, everywhere. If you look at when Obasanjo came into power, he had the military connection. He had some professional connections. Even Buhari had military connections that could give him some professional connections. But look at Tinubu's selection. There's nothing. It is either an ethnic thing, or it's a Lagos politics thing, or it is politics all out. You made the Minister of Defense, Zamfara State, the deputy or the Minister of State. So why can't we now start creating? Because look, as much as we are talking, in the next 5 years, we don't know what will happen. So it's about preparation. How are we using this platform as a sharpening ground, as a preparation ground, so that when the revolution that Ovie is talking about happens, and they call Ovie come and take this position, Ovie will be ready, so that Ovie will not make things even worse. Because that is what has happened in Nigeria. Power fell on people's hands, and they were not ready. They didn't know what to do with it. If you look at many of the groups, they don't know what to do. There's no value addition. It's not just in Nigeria, in Africa. A lot of Africans stumble on power. There's no value addition. They don't have anything to add. They're just doing a copy and paste. There's no thinking. So I think that's one of the things we can do. Although personally, I kind of agree with what Mr. James says. I mean, look at the videos that came out this week. You will just know that Nigeria is at its lowest ebb. The moral compass of the average Nigerian is gone. It's absolutely gone. So it's dire straits for us. It's dire straits. So I think one of the things we can do here is start seeing how we can add value to the system. Thank you.
Dexter, thank you so much.
Give me 1 minute. Let me point out the contradiction here.
No, hold on before you do
that.
Let me just hold on. So Dexter, there was one guy, one colonel, retired, who came here and he prepared a constitution and he wanted us to discuss his constitution. I tried to share it to people so that they will read it and do exactly what you are suggesting. I didn't get a lot of interest in that. And then there was a time that Kulata prepared a security document proposal. I shared it with people who are within my network who were interested. We didn't get a lot of tech in terms of people interested in looking at that and coming to discuss it. I hope we get to that point. I think what you're saying is a good idea, and that's why we wanted to start with the debate where we focus on one thing, expand on it, and maybe we arrive at some conclusion instead of this way we touch on things on the surface and move on every week. So I have that in mind. Thank you so much for saying it.
It's not a good idea. Let me point out this contradiction. Lecter said, if they give me power, I'll be worse than Paulo given. But immediately following with former governor of New York, quotes Myra Cuomo, that people campaign in prose, people campaign in poetry and govern in prose. Then he follow it again to say, who will come here, they talk what we won't do if they give us power. And it's just that I'm confused. You're asking me to come and campaign. Because that, if you already believe say I will do what, then you are not saying, oh, if any time will come here, I should tell what I will do if I get power. That's campaigning. I will tell you good stuff. Going by your quotes that you put forward. I will go with good stuff. I will tell you, say I will do this, I will do this. But in reality, which is the governance, not so. So you kind of contradict yourself in an attempt to use me to make points. Follow. Try again.
All right. Thank you. Any of that? Yeah, okay, yeah, Flagship, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say something as an observation, if you allow me, please.
Well, go ahead, yeah.
Well, it's almost, 2-3 hours now, and we're still on one topic. The other time I asked you a question, if this platform is based on a social experiment, of which you did agree. So I wanted to ask if you can, or possibly consider trying a presenter guest mode on your screen. There is a way it helps to manage time.
Okay, I don't know about that. If you can,
if you put me and you, when it's my turn to speak, for example,
yeah,
you put myself and you on the screen only, and I speak for the time I'm allowed to speak.
Yeah,
and then you take me out and bring the next person in.
Okay.
It'll save you time, and you can get through a lot.
Yeah, I will try so many other things, but I don't think that's a problem for me. It's not about people interjecting or managing time. I could cut people off. I could say we have 5 minutes, and after that, But I like it to flow naturally. I like people.
Doctor, how about this? As soon as they come on every subject, we take side. Those who are against that and get
mentally on paper we have 1 hour for one topic, okay, but you see what happens is that sometimes
we split ourselves into two on the topic. Those who are against the topic, those who are for the topic, and deal with it that 1 hour. They will move. Not be everybody. You can see there. Not be everybody actually have something to contribute to that particular topic that time. But because you give them time to talk, you have to talk.
New people come in, and then people like Ovia will talk over, and then. All right, Flagship, we are working on it. I don't want to be. I'm not like very strict person. Like
just a suggestion. No, I thought you wanted to figure out some way to manage.
We'll get there. But thank you. So any other person?
It's more than 4 years. We don't get degree. This platform don't give us degree. It's more than 4 years.
Okay,
doctor.
Hold on, Ovia. Let me hear from Stay Humble. Go ahead, Stay Humble.
So just 30 seconds. I want to just disabuse our minds of something that Dexter said. So he asked the question that if we are given the reins of power, are we going to be better? My question is yes and no, depending on how. So he mentioned that if you give OVA power, will he be better? Will he perform better? Yes, if the people get him into office. So the problem we have in Nigeria is that since independence and even before then, none, I said none, if you like, suppress my free speech, I don't care. None of the people who have assumed power was elected by the people, was put there by the people. That's the problem we have. So if we succeed in putting somebody there, if the people succeed in putting somebody there, then the person will perform. Don't tell me about Buhari and 2015 election or 2011. How did they appear on the ballot in the first place? So by the people putting them there means that even them appearing on the ballot would have been decided by the people. So if the people put them there, they will perform. If other people, the establishment, the West, whoever puts them there, they will never, ever, ever perform. And my point still remains very valid and lucid, that we've had a plethora of leaders from so and so and so who have destroyed Nigeria. You cannot suppress my free speech. And one thing that I would say is I don't require preferential treatment from you. And I don't think you've ever given me preferential treatment. Don't treat me preferentially. Just treat me like every other person. And what I will do is to say what I think is good and what will help the Nigerian society. And finally, not everyone has that aptitude to interrupt and say, okay, he wants to make a speech, or he needs 1 minute or 30 seconds to talk. So, but if you give everybody equal chance to talk, that will be more organized. That's my problem with you, really, that if someone is not like an OVA, the person might not even get to talk at all. And that's not good.
All right, thank you. So our next topic will be, Tinubu did something that I was thinking that, what's his name? Forefathers will be happy, which is expanding the military, adding 28,000 new soldiers. And we are going to move from 8 to 12 divisions in the military. So that's the next topic we will touch on, and then we rant and round up. So, but at this point, we'll take a break. We'll be right back with a continuation of Have Your Say 247. Again, thank you everybody who joined us. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying, and we are here on Habia Say 247. We are discussing issues in Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. So right now we are moving to topic number 2, which was Tinubu's decision to expand in the military from 8 divisions to 12, and they are going to hire 28,000 new soldiers. What does that mean? Would that be the solution that we are looking for in terms of containing the insecurity in Nigeria? Let me start with people who are yet to speak of recent. Let me come to you, KJ. You start.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. In fact, before coming on air, I was, following the development in the assembly, where they've also approved the state police. And one question comes to mind: what will be the formation? What will be the formation, and what will be the intake, and where will these people come from? For one, I will go back to what I said earlier before Wike became minister at the end of that election. I said Wike was going to come to the center and will become the hitman for this administration. And everything that we have said on this platform has come to pass. I'll go ahead again to make another assertion today. The present circumstance in which the government is moving is nothing but to try to make themselves look legit in the presence of America, because they're not sure what America's role will be if the elections are rigged or seem to be rigged. So every demand that they put forward they will try to follow it, whether honestly or dishonestly, but to make it look as if they are doing something at the end of the day. Now, they are using a two-edged sword. Mind you, there are many people who are terrorists, who are from the terrorist groups that are hanging around, who they have now called repentants, who they've been looking for a way to absorb into the army. And somehow they've not been successful in doing that. This is another opportunity to bring those people into the military legitimately and use them for whatever situation that they may want to use them in the coming election. I will not be deceived in any which way to think that what they are doing now is an honest way of trying to bring people into the army. No, it's an honest way of trying to make something that's not honest to become honest. In other words, it's like bringing them in a legit way, but again they have their own agenda. In the first place, if you know how the military operates, see, the election is going to be in 6 months, and then if you recruit them, even if you take them to the depot, they are going to spend at least 3 to 6 months in the depot to be trained as non-commissioned officers, which I think that's where I'm going to take them from. So if they are going to train them as NCOs, when will they come out to take over these positions that they are trying to put forward now? Why have they not taken that action since, if they were legitimate? So I see it, Dr. Damages, and quotes me, that this is going to be one first way of trying to legitimate those they want to use in the course of either executing the election or completely fulfilling the purpose for which they've started the agenda in the first place, which is to Islamize Nigeria. Mark my word, I'm not kidding about it. It's going to be legit, but it's legit only for the purpose of which they want it to be used for. And that purpose that is glaring before us right now is the purpose of winning election. And because election is going to be keenly contested, and if you have been following Nigerian news, you find out that the opposition, especially the younger people, have come to a place where they are no longer going to accept going to court as the way forward. They want to make sure they win the election and win it square and clear at the ballot box. So what is the next thing to do is to put a lot of yam on the fire. There are many yam on the fire that APC are put on, and one of those ones is what we talked about. There are other ones I will not want to say here, but as we go ahead, we will all come to unravel those yam they put, which is what they are going to use as yardstick to being able to win this coming election. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, KJ. Mr. James, what is your take?
I think I'm vehemently opposed to it, because it is not the number of boots on the ground that will solve the problem of terrorism in Nigeria. we have a very serious problem. We are all shying away from. When I say we, including myself, who are the sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria? We don't want to disclose them. We don't want to take them to task. On this platform, I've cited an example I would like to repeat again. When I was living in Benin City, George Yamu was conniving with armed robbers to terrorize the state. The state was able to fish him out. They put him before a firing squad and sent him to hell. That fizzled out the Anini gang in the whole of Bender State of those days. Who are the sponsors of terrorism? That's number one. Then number two, the Nigerian, look, no matter the brigade or whatever they form out of the Nigerian, they expand the Nigerian army into, it will not yield any result. For one reason, the quality of soldiers we have, there's nothing to write home about them. Now, in those days, while they were sending soldiers to Aldershot, Sandhurst, West Point, Pakistan, and what have you, they produced very fine soldiers. Now, when did we open our defense academy in Kaduna? Is this strategic and whatever policy studies, something in Jos, Staff College, and everything became Nigerianized. The way our universities collapsed, that is precisely the way the military collapsed. Can you hear me, please?
You're coming in and out. You're breaking in and out. I don't know. Your connection is not very good. You want to try
raining.
again?
It's raining over here. It's raining over here.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now, I've lost my. Yes, as I was saying, you see, I'm growing old now.
We are like growing old.
So, okay, now, there's no military in the world that is making its mark without investing heavily in education. The Nigerian military should be an educational institution. When I was reading a book written by James Michina, he was in Maryland, he died some years ago, the title is Space. The present U.S. space research program is manned by the military. It's a military establishment, given a civilian coverage. Now, if our universities cannot even live up to expectation, how do we expect the military to live up to expectation? And the Nigerian military, in my opinion, I might be wrong, but in my opinion, is wishy-washy. This is why it took them a considerable number of months or years to suppress the uprising in Liberia, to the extent that Charles Taylor, who went there to fight, we organized an election that brought him to power, which means that bishop actually was a failure in Liberia. So this is how I see it. Look at the Iranians, look at what they are doing in Iran right now. The Ayatollah came to office in 1979. Between 1979 and now, see what they have accomplished. This is because when they took over power, they sent their boys to find universities in the West, the East, and other parts of the world. Many did not return, but a few returned with strange ideas, which they were able to harness and form a military that has been able to defeat the United States of all powers. Nigerian military is wishy-washy. Nobody can convince me that they can live up. Can they fight the Iranians? Let me put it that way, because we're all third world countries. Assuming, let's say, they go to Congo, the Iranians are on one side, the Nigerians are on the other side, fighting to achieve a particular aim. Can you convince me that the Nigerian military can fight the Iranians in Congo? The answer is no, because of the kind of training they receive. Look at this man, what's his name? General Westmoreland. When America lost the war in Vietnam, he fled and went back to the US. What did they do? The US went back to the drawing board, assembled their professors to find out why they lost the war. And they discovered it. They were fighting guerrilla war with conventional means. So they have to change their strategies. And what is the outcome? They develop their air power. They use their universities to develop frightening fighter planes, reconnaissance planes and what have you. And they also concentrated on espionage, which Nigeria is not concentrating on at all from my point of view. So this is what they are now using to promote their agenda all over the world. I still believe Nigeria is beyond redemption. Setting up military barracks and what have you is exercise in futility. This is how I see it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you for that.
Flagship.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you. Briefly, considering the very dilapidated state of the Nigerian military right now, I do not think that an expansion is a solution to strengthening the military in order to equip them to fight terrorism. The biggest part for me that I think the government should have looked into is first the current welfare package of these soldiers, brave men and women that are wearing the uniforms. 2 weeks ago, I think it was the chief of army staff or the chief of defense staff came out and said that the base pay for the soldiers has been increased from 49,000, I believe, a month to 100,000. It's very discouraging, to say the least. They have to go back and revamp that whole thing. These are men and women that have chosen to put on the uniform of the country and defend it. They have every right to go to school. They have every right to start businesses. They have every right to do whatever they want to do. But they chose to volunteer their lives. So I think the least that the government could do is to put up a very, very handsome package for them. That will also encourage those that are out there to come and join the forces. But expanding it with the same package and standard of living that they have now it's not encouraging, will not solve any problem. And I agree with Mr. James as well. Education is a big part of it. Being in the military is not just recruiting and handing guns over to them and sending them to battlefronts or into the country just running rampage. There is the educational part of it, which is at the minimum should be twice a year. They need to go back to the barracks and be re-educated because the military is an evolving wheel. There are things that are changing. There are new aspects that are coming up every day, and they have to be equipped. They have to know how to match up with what is going on out there. The world is changing. Terrorism is changing, and nations are moving on. So it's not by expanding it. I think they need to go back, revamp that welfare package, redo the education, military training, what they are taught and how they are trained, the frequency at which they are retrained. I have friends who are in the military here. They are called back to the barracks, I think once or twice a year, just to go through routine training and retraining again to get them ready. I'm talking of those that are not active but on reserves, not to talk about those that are active. So I think we need to stop, the government need to stop putting the cart before the horse every time. They need to go back, revisit what they have now, and figure out a way to ramp up this package for these men and women that are wearing the uniforms, and also to equip them properly with the necessary equipment that they need to fight and defend the nation, or fight for and defend the nation. What we have now is a sorry state. And lastly, the military is highly compromised as we speak today. We really don't know who is who there. Somebody was speaking just now and said that it's an avenue to bring in those that they have kept on the side. I mean, everything is possible at this time. So they need to go back, change what they have, revamp it, dust off every dust that's on it, and make it look at least to where other militaries are in the world. The Nigerian men and women in uniform are brave, they are strong, but they are badly equipped, and badly taken care of. So those are the two things that the government need to be focused on, not expanding the military. That's a bad decision at this time.
All right. Thank you, Flagship. Masca, you have a division in Kaduna.
Yes, Kaduna has always been a military headquarters. That's where the 1996 school actually started. I hope I'm not echoing again.
But he's talking. So
You're good.
no, you are not. But keep talking.
All right. So, okay. So let me start from. There was a discussion we had on this panel. I think it was one of these late night sessions, and it was a very good discussion. I found it very insightful because there were a lot of solutions that were put on the table as regards the security problem, the insecurity problem in Nigeria. But as per this recruitment, I personally would be very happy because this means that 28,000 unemployed Nigerians, whoever they are, would find some sort of support. But whether this will solve anything, the answer is no. That day we had that discussion. One of the things I pointed out is that there is an issue, not too far back. I think as just May, there is one guy. I think his name is Mark Chidibere Justice, who made a video about how poor the condition of the Nigerian soldiers are. There was even there's this, I think, hashtag Justice for Justice. This matter hasn't died yet. It's still on. I don't think the guy has even been released. Okay. But this is what we do as a country all the time. There's a major problem. You haven't dealt with that problem. You want to compound it. Okay. People are saying, and I know for sure that I doubt if the Nigerian military will be an exception in this country. If ASU are going to be on strike, teachers are on strike, doctors are on strike, I don't see how military people, their condition will be different. I'm just extrapolating now as a deductive thinker. If almost everybody that is in employment by the Nigerian government is complaining about his condition of service, I don't see how the condition of the military will be different. The only thing different that we all know about the military is that they are supposed to obey before complain. They are not meant to be complained. That's the only thing that I see that's different that with these people. But to articulate my position more clearly, I believe that the Nigerian military problem is not that of number, vis-a-vis the number of the bandits or the criminals we are dealing with. I remember clearly that one of the things I believe is that the military doesn't have intelligence. I don't think that there's sufficient intelligence as far as these security problems are concerned. And I don't see that situation changing simply because you recruit at 28,000 army recruits. It doesn't change anything. The other problem I see is that of low morale, which is why I raised that issue of justice for justice. There's issue of leadership also. When you see your people who are senior, you see them always every time in scandals. They are trying, they have bought several houses. The top military generals in Nigeria are not different from, if I check, if I dig, I can fish one or two top army generals that have corruption charges, that they are issue of, oh, you have these 410 houses. As a recruit, you are not having enough logistics, you are not having good food, there's no welfare for you. How is your morale going to be good when you see your leaders living large, living flashy life? Third problem also for me, I believe that I am suspecting that most of their weapons are not top class. They are not brand new. They are armor tanks. I don't think they are top class. They are not cutting edge. So if you put all these problems together, no matter if you carry all Nigerians, if all of us decide to be military people, if there's low morale, there's no intelligence, there's no logistics, I don't think we are going to be effective military. But like I said, I would be happy if they would recruit 28,000 Nigerians, because the level of unemployment in this country is so high. I'm sure if they don't do this recruitment, they will use the money for something else that would not be any better than just employing people, even if these military people will sit at home. Okay, that's my take. One of the solutions I remember that we proposed that time is that there should be an Africa, or even more like the former ECOMOG, some body that is removed from Nigeria, so to speak, because I believe that the corruption in Nigeria is not going to allow anything to move forward. So maybe we have to find a way of isolating the military that will come into Nigeria to deal with this problem. They may not be completely foreign military, but at least the leadership of these people should not be Nigerians, even if they are Africans or West Africans. This is what I think on that matter. But like I said, I will be very happy for them to recruit, even if it's 100,000 military people, because there will be a multiplier effect in the economy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. AJ.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph, before I need to, I know that a lot of people are not happy with the way you treat me, but I think especially for Stay Humble, two things. Mr. Rudolph doesn't give me preferential treatment simply because I'm a northerner. I think one of the things that he does is because he knows that most of us that join from Nigeria, our network normally is not very good. If you really pay attention, you see on every session, I'm in, I'm out. I'm in, I'm out. That's it. So if you think that, oh, because I'm a northerner, I don't think that's, I'm sure at the point when I joined early, maybe then. But I'm sure now most of the people have forgotten even I'm a northerner. So please, let's tone it down. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. KJ.
What do you really want me to say now? Because
you know the military. I know that you. I think you have insights.
Listen, there are a lot of military, and I agree with Maska, but there's a lot of military top brats that are professional soldiers who have done good jobs, both in the north and in the south, who didn't soil their hands. In fact, some of my friends who have left the army refused to take political posting. They were professional soldiers till they left. There are a lot of them like that. They refused any political appointments, whether when the military was around or not. But here's my challenge, and I agree with Flagship. The Nigerian situation now is we're not in a position where we can even take in 28,000 new recruits. It's unattainable because you can't control them. Now, this is two things. When you take them, the two things that I see, you are going to train them, whether good or bad training, and you hand them guns, and you are not going to pay them properly. So if I have a gun and I'm not being paid properly, what am I supposed to do with it? I will go to the street and mount roadblock and collect my own money from there, which is what we have not been able to deal with. I'm sure that you remember the video you played earlier. It was a policeman with a gun, and the only reason why he could suspend that Nigerian on the way is because he has a gun. And so you can't fight him if he's deciding not to give you your document. That's what you can do, because only a madman will fight somebody with a gun. There's also another video trending where the police people were pushing a man to shoot him, and the whole place was in confusion, in disarray. It's trending, So the situation of the going on in Nigeria that we refuse to tell ourselves the honest truth. If we tell ourselves the honest truth, and if the people in government want to deal with the issue squarely and as it is, we will have been able to get away from all these things that we're talking about. How do you even bring in 28,000 people to an army that are telling you that they are paying for their own uniforms and all that? How do you bring those people in when you don't even have enough barracks for those you already have? They don't have enough barracks yet, okay, for them to be able to be housed totally. How do you bring them in when you don't even have no budget for this? You see, this is what I'm talking about. You are bringing 28,000 people in. In the budget that you are operating, there is no provision for such employment. You are operating 2025 budget. You're operating 2024 budget, 2025 budget, and 2026 budget, all in one go. So where are we in the budgeting? And none of these budgets you have been able to. You are not able to implement beyond 30% of all these budgets. So where are we in the scheme of things? So if the monies that you said in your own papers that you have recovered so much, and your economy has grown so much, and your foreign reserve have gone so much, yet you are still borrowing in all of this much, who is lying to who? And when we come to say it, some people see us as people who don't like the government or are just trying to throw out a narrative that is not real. But the realistic situation is that all these people are suffering. Every agency in Nigeria is suffering, including the army. The army went out to say they have not received even 30% of their budget. In fact, I think if I remember properly, it's 6-point-something% of their budget that they've got. And so how do you now expect the people who are in charge to be able to raise money and keep the boys in the locations where they are and be able to also give them arms and ammunition to execute the project for which they are out there? So I think it's misplaced priority. And I still go back to the first thing I said. I think it's just a way of trying to bring in certain people who you have been hitherto trying to bring in one way or another. It has not been working. And so now you want to go out and bring them in and say, after all, we had a national recruitment and these are the people that we are bringing in. Tell the truth. That is going to be the final point where, I don't know. Rudolph, the more you see in Nigeria, the less you understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a comment I wanted to highlight just so that people will. Sorry, no, not this. Okay, I think it's no longer near me, but it was from Brickhouse Capital. I think he was trying to point out why are we concluding already that it's not going to help. Why don't we wait for it to happen first? If it doesn't help, then we'll look for another thing. Is it better that we stay where we are, continue to do the same thing we are doing that is not working out? But anyway, just for those who are coming in so that they can add it to their...
If you want me, I can take a bite. Listen. We're not even doing what we are doing now properly. So why add another load? The soldiers are complete. They don't have proper food. You and I see the videos. They don't have proper care. The equipment are not, top notch, and it's not even available to be used. The last attack, the people said they didn't have fuel in their listing to be able to mobilize. Gentlemen, well, let me leave it there. Ovie can do better than me. At least today, his car, we can see his eyes, so he's in a better position to talk.
All right, Ovie, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I am with Bricks House. Bricks House, may your days be long. Let me add another angle to that. We criticize one of the biggest problems we have with our current leader or the system is that, one, they are too old. But when we come here to criticize their activities, we speak as if they are going to be there forever. And it's only coming from one thing, because we don't have confidence in our own self. Those who are looking forward to take over from them, either naturally, politically, or whatever, you go reach our generation on one day. But we speak as if they are going to be there forever. Why do I say this? I point it out every time I get that. Within a generation, Nigerian population has doubled, with no corresponding institution effects to that. The institution stay the same, and we still don't have to see anything wrong with that. Yes, we don't have confidence in these people, but at least I have confidence with the younger one that we are going to have a generation that will come one day and not just expand on all those institutions to correspond with the population, but function.
Ovie, we can't hear you anymore. Ovie, we can't hear you.
Ovie, we can't hear you. We'll lose your voice.
All right. How do we tell Ovie that we can't hear him? Stay humble. Go ahead.
Rudolph, can you put
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will divide my talk into four. One is the reason why they created more military formations. I will just want to say that I did my service in the military. So I agree with KJ when he highlighted some of the problems of the military. I wouldn't really go into that because it's done justice to it. I'll talk about the reason why they created those extra military divisions and formations. And then two, I'll talk about what Nigerians need to do. And three, what the actual problems are in terms of security. And four, what I would do differently. So one is, why did they create the extra military formations and divisions? They have not created them, fortunately, so we can still salvage something. So one is that they want to distract us from the real problems. And then, yeah, of course, they want to use the opportunity, of course, to siphon funds for whatever purpose, elections, etc. Because, when they create those extra formations and divisions and what have you, of course, they will budget a lot of money. And they will say that they want to employ 28,000 people. They may end up employing 8,000, and then the rest of the money is gone. And also, the 2027 election is approaching. There's an opportunity for them. This is one of their numerous strategies. Yeah, the one they call master strategist. So this might be one of the strategies to reshuffle the military and appoint people who would help to rig the election for them. And also probably bring in some of the so-called repentant Boko Haram terrorists into the military as usual. So these are some of the reasons. There are other reasons anyway, but I think Nigerians should resist them. Whenever such things happen, whenever we hear such things, we feel that there's nothing we can do, that we cannot stop it. But when there's an outcry, sometimes they show restraint and review some of their actions and intending actions. So I think Nigerians should resist them. Nigerians should interrogate the motive behind these things, because we're just 6 months to the presidential election, and all of a sudden they want to create new military formations. So it's not necessary. Someone has asked whether we should just allow the sleeping dog lie and wait out what, if that's the case, we can just wake up and initiate a policy, no matter how preposterous it is, and just see how it goes. That's not how government is run. And very soon now, someone will come out and start telling me that United States, they have problems in their military as well. You're comparing United States with Nigeria. United States, they budget $6,000 per person in healthcare. So $6,000 per person per year in healthcare. In Nigeria, it's $25 per person per year. Just check it. For those of you who want to gaslight us and tell us that other countries have problems as well. Now, what are the issues with security in Nigeria? Because sometimes we just talk in parables. They're just simple. One, there's poverty. We know that if Mr. A and Mr. B does not have food to eat, a lot of children, youths roaming the streets, they are easy recruits. Poverty, illiteracy, etc. But of course, more fundamental to that, Muhammadu Buhari, the former president of Nigeria, he went about a borrowing spree, borrowed money from everyone, borrowed money from every country you could name. And when you borrow money, you go and borrow $5 billion. Well, you need to present a collateral. What collaterals did he present in the numerous borrowing adventures? He probably provided collateral in Rudolph's village that, look, I'm presenting to China, Rudolph's village. In the next 5 years, some people will be kidnapped. And before you know it, the villagers will run away. And before you know it, they'll start mining whatever resources you thought were not there. So what did he present as collateral? Probably the whole of Nigeria. And Bola Tinubu has even amplified that. He's gone beyond, he's graduated to PhD level in borrowing. So what are the collaterals for those things? So when we begin to think in this line, because if you've presented something, land, resources as collateral, those countries will come for those things. And that's where you see some of these things arising. That is not to say that those things were not there intrinsic. Of course, we know the problems we face in Nigeria. We know how Boko Haram started. We know what a US congressman said about who funded Boko Haram, etc., etc. We know some of those things. So when we know some of these things, we can now see that the solutions that they are presenting, the Bola Tinubu's people, that they are not the ideal solutions, creating more military formations. If you go to an average Nigerian barracks, like KJ said, if you see where Nigerian military personnel live, you weep for them. That's why sometimes when I see them misbehaving, like these people, you are even the ones suffering the most. Where they live is in a very despicable condition. They don't even have access to good health care. Oh, they claim that they have this defense, whatever, insurance stuff. Go to an average military clinic. What do they have? What are the antihypertensives they have? You will laugh. What do they have in the clinic? So these people don't even have access to basic health care. The barracks are in very horrible conditions. And some of them don't even get allocated any rooms in the barracks. And some of them are made to share. A lot of people are made to share all sorts of horrible, living conditions. So it's really bad. Then when you now talk about their pay is not even enough to take them anywhere. So they are stuck in the barracks because they can't even go anywhere. So, and then when you now talk about the discipline, the ethics, etc., women in the military formations are just sex toys. So it's really, really bad what they are facing. And what will I do differently? Of course, it's very, very simple to govern Nigeria. Why is it simple to govern Nigeria? It's one of the simplest places to govern. Why? Because the expectations are really low. Expectations of Nigerians are really low. Even Ovie could be president and do extremely well, provided he's elected by the people. Mark that, elected by the people. So what will I do? Start doing the right things, come in and allow the rule of law to take its course. We already have enough laws. We already have enough policies in Nigeria. Just come in. Most of the leaders we've had in Nigeria are people who come in and consciously, actively work day and night to destroy Nigeria, to make life even difficult for you. Now, even if you become president of Nigeria and you don't even do anything, do no harm. The first rule in medicine is do no harm. If you can't do good, do no harm. And then if you don't do any harm and just allow Nigeria to autopilot, it will be good. The Nigerian people will even sort Nigeria. It will be at least far better than what it is today. And then if you even want to do good, if you're active, working for Nigerians, come on, they see you, they see who you are, and they know what you want to do. Everybody will sit up. There'll be rule of law. And Nigerians are so enterprising, they will even sort themselves out. And even if you are good, you've come in with good policies, you've come in with good intentions, and you've come in to work for Nigeria. This security issue that we are facing, is just one of the numerous symptoms of the Nigerian disease. That if you just tackle the Nigerian disease, then the rest of what we're facing will sort themselves out.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Ovie, let's see if we can finish up here.
Stay humble. Say is a even Ovie. Even. Try. I take it to heart.
No, when he said even Ovie, so long as I thought he was saying so long as he stays away from, but he said so long as he was elected.
I know now grammar is speak. I hear grammar. I hear grammar. I get what he's saying. Even Ovie. Anyway, I think most of us mistake governance to getting elected. When you say the bar to governance is low, I think you are meant to say the bar to get into office is very low. My guy, it is not easy to govern Nigeria. Even if you have intention of failing, it is not easy. To get elected, yeah, just get money. So that's the point. Now, the point about the military is that we need them yesterday. So because we will not get them yesterday, means they will not get them today. Again, we look down on ourselves. I am very positive that by the time it gets to 2 Nigerian turn, it will sensitize Nigerian military. If he has the opportunity, it will bring welfare. It will do what is more than, and it will provide more military. So what the current government is doing, yes, every Nigerian have the right to see the way they want to see. They will capitalize on it to rig election and all that. But guess what? After Tinubu, there will still be that institution. It is now left for us, where I say I don't give up on us. Those are coming to make best of those institutions, because that's what is lacking. They are not well functioning. But the fact that to argue that we don't need more, that we are deceiving ourselves. We need more. Yes, the elders that put it together are not worthy of praise, are not worthy of it. But that's a given. But I believe in the tomorrow generation, they will come and make better use of those institutions, because of our numbers have doubled. So it's only fair, it's only make common sense that the institution should also double. Now, and again, the reality of today in the world, we also have to put it into consideration. We did laugh at, well, not me, not that I don't agree with Nigeria, I don't agree with the method in which we should get to the numbers of military that we want. But in today's world, there's third world war currently going on. We just focus on what Israel and America are doing in Iran. The effect is already raffled all over the world. But I said it from, I think, about 2 years ago when this thing started. I said Nigeria is an host country for the Third World War. It's a potential host country because of the Chinese activities in Nigeria. The West don't share. Well, maybe this time we'll see how it goes. We are a state of interest among the superpowers. So it's a center of a theater of Third World War. And the fact that pretty much all the most important nations in the world, those who matter in terms of what they contributed to the world, are literally building up their military. From Germany to Korea to India, every country in this world is building up their military. So I was wondering when we will start, when the empire will allow us to even make a move. So we can disagree with it all we want, we need it, because in the next couple of months, or let me say in the next 5 years, when the whole world will don't day in full harm, you will see India they go with Pakistan, China will don't go after Taiwan, what's it called? Israel and Iran, we go in a different level. Putin don't declare that we are officially at war with Zelensky. So by the time all these things don't go in full formation, then we will understand the importance of what is happening. Because what it means is that the world is at free fall, not just state actors, but non-state actors. Nigeria and Israel country, anybody if you just let 10 men soldier with a tank to come loot our oil. So we need more men in the boat. Just as I said, I might not agree with how Nigeria wanted it to be done, but I strongly believe it's full of thought. So we can disagree all we want. The reality say we need it, but at the same time we can disagree with all these old men all we want. It's our right. But the fact that we don't have confidence in our own self that we can do better than them, we should not extend it to the next generation. I believe in them. We need more institution, and I believe they will come and make good use of it. And I'm a firm believer of state autonomy. So we need state police. We also need every state to have actually, even though be full military, as a reserve for every state. That's where we are going. We are growing. We never get any birth control. We see they born like animals. So we need more men to keep the game going.
Thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Dexter. Dexter, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. On this military stuff, I think I listened to Aloy Ejimako, and his assessment was that what they have proposed is not even practicable. 28,000 intakes in one go. Nigeria doesn't even have the capacity for that. I think the minimum requirement when you're making that kind of intake, you must make accommodation. I heard you. Okay. So you must make at least one room. You must make accommodation for them, like a self-contained for them. Nigerian, there's no accommodation. And that was a former, I think, assistant director of the DSS making that assertion. That the scale, like we are scaling to a ratio that we don't even have the capacity for it. 28,000. I can understand if you look at it from the political, from the military infrastructure. I think maybe Tinubu is trying to decentralize the military establishment. You want to have the military establishment all over the country so that nobody can say, oh, everything is happening in our side, we own all the armament and all that. So he wants to decentralize it and spread it. Let every region have their own military assets. So nobody can say we hold everything, so you can't do anything. Maybe in that regard, he wants to just do that. But then the scale, and the problem is also the precedence of this administration has shown that you can't even trust them. You can't even trust what they are trying to do. There's no way you can trust them. First of all, you are doing it at a very, very, at the same time you are trying to do state police, at the same time you are trying to do 28,000 new intakes. How long will it take you to train them? You might say, okay, it's never too late to do something. But first of all, the scale and the precedence of this administration, you would look at it and say, this is an administration that puts more interest in the president living a luxurious life than the Nigerian people getting potable water to drink. In today's world, in Nigeria, you can't just arrive in Nigeria and go and turn on the tap and be sure that there's potable water for you to drink. It's not available. There's no potable water for the people in Nigeria to drink. But the president was interested in building a mansion for the vice president, buying a new $150 million plane, buying 160 million naira vehicles for each senator. These are, so when you look at it and then the same person is now saying, oh, I want to increase the military. No. I just think that it's not right. And also, I think it's this stay humble. So they said something. In this day and age, it's not actually numbers. It's not about how many you have, the largest amount of military men you have, how many boots on ground you have. The world is getting to an advanced stage whereby as much as the numbers are good, but it's not really so much about the numbers, especially if you're even talking about defending yourself. You might even want to have more or less paramilitary establishments, people who you can call in, but it's not actively serving military men, and also it would be a little bit demoralizing to the existing people, because the existing people on ground will be looking at, the government is going to spend this amount of money to bring in new people. Meanwhile, we're not being treated well. We're not being treated well. It says, if the government is saying they increase the salary of a military officer to 100,000, that's a shame. Look, the politicians and the military men should be earning the same thing. There's no gainsaying about this, but I have no sympathy for the military. Why? The military were in power for 40 years in Nigeria. So when I see people talking about, praising people like Murtala, Gowon, Babangida, They didn't do anything for their constituency. They did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I don't really have any sympathy for them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. This last thing you said, actually, it made me remember, if you look at the structure of the military in Egypt and in Turkey, some of these countries, you see that they took care of their people when they were in power. They are very powerful in those societies. Nigeria wasn't the same. Basically, we are thinking about their pockets when they were in power. So it's a good point. All right, forefathers, you are next.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to the panelists and the chat and the viewers. I'm beginning to feel like something is wrong with me when you hear many Nigerians talk. The logic is not sound, because I remember when El-Rufai was saying that when there was a civil war in Nigeria, they were able to recruit almost 200,000 within a couple of years. And so what does that tell you? We are like those people, you know, like how Western people say we are late all the time. We tend to be reactionary. We are never proactive. And we want to wait until the conditions are right before we do the right thing. So what are you waiting for? Do you know how many times I've watched African countries, whenever there's a civil war, you see the leader will call people from the street, who come and join the military, like militia. They are not organized. We act like children, as if there has to be an ideal time. I don't understand why we behave like this. Is it a sickness? Is it a genetic problem? Why do we always wait until the day of judgment before we act? You want to wait for the ideal. When is the ideal time to do anything? Do you know how other countries did it? Have you bothered to check? Like, while they are saying this, because I know some of the histories already, but I was just revising some of the things other countries have done to get themselves, like China, that I would like to talk about today. If you know what the Chinese did to get themselves where they got to, you will not even open your mouth up to object to increasing your security forces at all. These people were doing all these things. They were suffering. They were rationing food. They were sharing food in their country. They were suffering. You are sitting here asking for the ideal conditions first. It's your life you're talking about here. Do people even understand it? That is your life you're talking about. The life of your children and your family you're talking about here. You're waiting for the right condition. So if I'm wrong, I come to your house, you say they made the air condition temperature reach the right before you act. This is life and death you are talking about, and you act as if you are talking about something abstract that is not real. It's actually real in the real world. I don't understand it. Is there something wrong with me or something? Why can't people see it? I don't understand how we think like this. You are going to kill us, literally kill us with this type of thinking. If you think I'm joking, it's not. This is real. You think the
it's something that you are. It's not something that you are doing. Something that you are not doing.
That's why I feel like something is wrong with me. Something is missing, because I don't understand how
you are not smoking Igbo.
You are watching what is happening in Iran right now. You see what's happening in Gaza. You see what's happening in Sudan. You are watching the real world. You have seen how continents have been destroyed. Some of you are sitting in some of those countries, and you are taking your life for granted. Where did that come from? Who taught you to be so careless with life? And this is why I feel like something is wrong with us. We don't value life, and maybe we don't even deserve to live then. Because if we behave like that with life, why do you deserve it? Because other people prefer it. They fight for every single strap they've got. Even when they are suffering, they still do the right thing. They don't say, oh, let me wait to be comfortable first. Let me wait to get the right salary first. They don't wait for that. And to be fair to them, they were forced to think hard that way. They all had to experience some serious situation, even in the West too. Do you know that even in the UK, they were rationing, I think from around 1930-something to 1950-something, they were rationing food in the UK. I didn't even know that. When I was checking in here, that's when I saw it. In the UK, how many times have they announced food rationing nationwide in Nigeria before? We are spoiled children. God has given us everything, and we are still acting more spoiled. Even when they tell you the truth, you don't bother to go online and check it. And you come to Nigeria and set terrible standard for us. When all those people are dead, they've beaten us before, and they just gave us a little bit of a breather and went away. And you think they will not come back? These are people that flog your forefathers and flog religion into your head. Can you mute that guy, Jared, that is laughing? Go and deal with your missus that is calling you. So these people have flogged your forefathers and flogged religion into your head that many of you are defending today. That is why we are all speaking English. We are all on their platform. Many of us are in their country. And you still haven't learned any lesson. Grown men, no. God forbid you people go near power in Nigeria. You people are just as bad as Tinubu, maybe even worse than him. Because you don't even understand the importance of life. You don't even understand the importance of protecting it. And the only reason why Tinubu even did this little that he did, because Trump threatened him. Guess what? They literally have to threaten Nigerians before they act. What is there a sickness?
Forefather, we have ration food before in Nigeria. I don't think you have.
I don't know when you were ration food. I've never.
When Buhari and Diabo was in government, we used to queue to buy sugar for our parents and bread.
No, that's not rationing now.
Oh, it's not rationing.
No, that's not rationing.
You go and queue. There's a stores that you go and queue for those things. What are you saying? I queue and there's no point.
I didn't ration food though. I don't remember rationing food in Nigeria.
Are you talking about essential commodities?
Yes.
Some of us are old enough to remember. Yes, a young boy, you don't know what.
I didn't ration food. I don't remember ever rationing food.
If you have read the history of
that's why I'm
Nigeria,
talking the way I'm talking.
No, okay. For how long was that?
Until
how long was the food?
Everybody who has read the history of Nigeria knows that. So
I don't know that.
History.
I don't know anything about rationing food. I didn't live through rationing.
Go and read your history.
I lived in Nigeria during that period, so don't tell me what I know. I didn't ration food. I know that. We didn't go and say we are trying to buy area.
What you are saying is anti-discipline, not because there's no food. They said everybody has to be disciplined, stay online. It's different from rationing food.
Imagine saying the ration food. I wasn't in Nigeria.
That is not true. That's not true. But that's the
it is true. They queue for discipline, not for rationing.
Have you seen farming before?
That's what Rudolph just called the name. It's all essential commodities. At that time, you couldn't get it.
Essential commodity is not rationing.
Hold on, Oga. There are certain stores that sell it, and all of you have to go and queue there to get it. What are you saying now? St. Louis sugar. I can still remember St. Louis. It used to be 1, 2 kobo before.
Which state are you talking about?
That is because you want to buy St. Louis now. There are other sugars. It's not just St. Louis. There are other varieties. You want St. Louis.
This is what Market was saying. Some of you don't even know this, but you want to argue. So let's leave it at that.
I'm saying that was not in River State. Maybe it's happening in your state. It's not in River State. So my own thing is that other countries have gone through all kinds of stuff. Like they were even taking the agricultural products to sell it to other countries to buy machinery so that they can industrialize. These are people that made sacrifices. Millions died because of it. They had to make that sacrifice. They were sharing money, they were sharing food, they were sharing, even in the military, they were sharing food to their people. They would sell the agricultural product to buy machinery so that they can be industrialized. These are people that knew that they had to make the necessary sacrifices to build their nations. And look at that China that we are talking about today. This is what they did. And they did it for how many years? From 1955 to early 60s. So well more than 5 years, they were living like this. People were dying and they were still doing it. And look at the country they have built today. Can you say any of you can ever do anything like that? When you are saying that, you're acting as if Nigerians are dying of hunger. Every Nigerian soldier is dying of hunger every day. Yes, they are not living large. But if you secure your country, maybe things will improve. Have you ever thought about it? That is why they did it. That's why the Chinese did it. That's why the Russians did it. That's why the British did it. That's why America did it. That's why all of them did it. Because if you do those things that are essential to build your nations, maybe you will live better, just like they are living better now. Why is it that you always wait until everything is perfect first for you before you say, let's recruit? And I don't think that will satisfy you too. This is your own life. You are like trying to negotiate whether you should protect your own people's life. I don't understand it. Maybe we should sack the ones in the city right now. Let's see how you're
on the food rationing. On the food rationing.
Let's see how you're going to feel when you land in Nigeria. Who is that?
It's let forefathers finish.
Let me ask forefather the question, please. Forefather, let's assume. How do you say this? Let me just assume that you are right. Okay, that everything you're saying is correct.
I'm right. There's no question about it.
Okay, yes, without considering, just say. But you still said maybe. All this your text is on maybe. And how that everything you have just told us is on a probability basis. So why should we take it?
What is it? Where is the baby, please? What did I say?
Everything you said, you ended up by saying maybe we'll be like the other people. So that means that it also everything you're saying, you just kind of say that you're not even sure. Like you might not, all these things you're saying might not even get anything.
I don't know where I gave you the impression that I'm talking
Maybe
about.
it means that he's hoping that we'll get it in the future as well.
I don't know the context.
When you say you are hoping, it means that it might not work.
No,
that's what you say.
All right.
Okay, let me put correction on that food rationing. The only time Nigeria rationed food was during the Second World War, during the 1945 to 1948. Then post-World War, after the Second World War again, they rationed food. Then during the Civil War, during Buhari time, now anti-discipline be that, not be saying that food is the ration. But during wars, there was food rationing in Nigeria during Second World War and during the Civil War. And we are having Third World War now.
All right, thank
you.
you.
So there is still food rationing in Nigeria, even worse, because more than 40 million Nigerians
let me finish
are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So they don't even say the food. Talk more of rationing.
See, stay humble. How do you even think? Is that head that used to cross a road?
No, if you want us to have a debate,
okay.
You know,
I don't know how do you
think. I don't know anything.
I would like to debate you. You can come on.
Okay. We have a
can
debate.
Organize a debate, Dr. Damages.
Okay, Friday, forefathers will debate. Stay humble. I'll come up with a topic for two of you. Stay humble.
Dr. Damages, do it like this. Put topic up. The first two to show up with debate. Just put topic out there.
They have to prepare for it. It's not that.
They're not going to show up. Put it out tomorrow. Put the topic out tomorrow.
Stay humble. Send me a private message. I'll share it on my private message, my number, so we can arrange that. Okay, I have to go. I have somewhere to go. I know. Also, I will get you to weigh in on this, but I just want to say something before I leave. I'll hand it over to KJ to do the rant after Osewakan airs his view. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I will never get it. After he airs his view on this topic, and then KJ will organize the rant, and I will end this stream, and then Forefathers will start his stream immediately.
Why is he even organizing the rant? I'm the one here. Why am I not doing this one and the next one?
No, it doesn't look good. You know what I mean by that is that remember, Maska.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
No, it's because of you that we're hearing the echo. That's why I called them. So what I mean is that you turned it on again. Okay. So no, it won't be good in terms of production. People will be confused. It's important that the next one will be you starting the show. So this KJ will just round up this one.
You don't have to explain the forefather.
Yeah, but you do it on Sunday, or you do it on this thing. Why is that okay for Sunday and Saturday? You do it for Sunday too. You give him you.
No, it's just because I can't stay any longer. My plan was to leave 3 hours, and
you don't have to explain to him for.
Anyway, let me
I'm
just.
asking the question. He explains to people on the panel all the time when they question something.
All right. So what I want to say is that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Issa Brahima. Most of you know him as Dr. Issa Perry Brahima. He will join us. He wrote a book. The title of the book is Misunderstood Jesus, the Messiah. So he's going to talk about things he found out about Jesus that is different from what most people know about him. So we're asking the question, is Jesus the most misunderstood person in human history? So tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York Time, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian Time, you can join us. It's going to be a very tough debate. They imposed a fatwa on him on TikTok for certain views he expressed. The book came as a result of conversations he was having with several people, not just Africans, around the world about Jesus and religion and everything about Africa. So if you can join us tomorrow, it will be quite interesting, and it will work better if you guys come with your views and challenge him. He's willing to take any question from anybody. That's tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. All right. I really want to thank everybody who joined, those who watched at home. And KJ, you finish up and then say hi to those that supported us. I appreciate all of you. I did my rant, and maybe, so I don't need to rant anymore. And stay humble. There's nothing personal. It's just the way it came out. Again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, Ose. Thank you, Maska. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Stay Humble. Ovie, Dexter, and all those that joined us, those on the comment section, those watching at home. I appreciate all of you. KJ, I hand it over to you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you so much. I didn't know that Ovie's name has changed to Trial Balloon now. Ovie, your names.
Can I finish my submission? I've not.
We'll soon have to write a book about it. Forefather, you have 1 minute, and after that, Osi Wanka.
Yeah, I'm the reason why I had to question that decision was because you guys spent a long time ensuring that Dr. Damedi doesn't hand over to me before now. But now you're happy to do the same thing that he was doing before, that you put changed. But it's all right, because I have to call it out openly. It's okay.
I'm gonna say you know the woman. If you say the woman,
no, hold on. No, to be fair, that's not it. My point is that we as Nigerians, we do this thing and we don't even know we are doing it. And somebody needs to call it out openly sometimes. I normally don't do that.
Forefather, you see, you are trying to drag me into an area that is not supposed to be public. I don't know why you're doing this. There's nothing wrong. Hold on. We have handed even to people who are not moderators to hold the brief. What is wrong with that? You are going to come back here. You're going to spend the next 4 hours, even 5 if you want to. You can even start a fresh one if you want to. What's
that is not the point I made.
See leaders, so they criticize our leader. Leaders are very leader. You people should lead. You guys are fighting in front of us.
We have to be straight with people. I think it's good that we are straight with people. That was not the point I made, because you all spend a long time complaining about this when I was the one. Now they've removed me. You are okay doing the same thing. You see how we are. That's all right.
You are your leaders. You are like your leaders.
Let me finish my submission. No, it's okay.
You want to be the only one moderating, or what is it?
No. Let's not.
They are fighting for power.
No, he does Sundays. You see me show up on Sunday at all? No. So, regarding the national security issue, I really would like to have a. I don't know whether it's even going to be anything. I would like to have a word with this Stay Humble, because his way of thinking is so strange. I really don't understand how anybody can.
If I had my way, forefathers will not even moderate, because his moderating is like having one man went to more to moderate a issue.
Okay, fine. We are talking about national security here. You're going back to personalities. See.
How can you lead Nigeria? How can you lead Nigerian military when you cannot lead the platform? How? You want to lead Nigerian military? I take my position back. I took my position back from you.
Can you let me finish my submission? They give me 1 minute.
1 minute.
Look at you let me finish my submission.
You see, Maska, I'm avoiding. If I talk now, he will say I don't want him to speak. And now he's not making his point, so we can move on. I don't understand this.
Get interrupting me. Sorry. See, national security is not something you start waiting for the perfect time to get done. I think what Tinubu did is a positive thing, even if it wasn't in his own. That he didn't do it because he wanted to do it. He did it because Trump threatened him. And this is one of the reasons why I prefer Trump to be in office, because Trump forces people to do things they don't want to do. It causes confusion so that a lot of people's eyes will be open. But even after Trump has done everything he's done, many Nigerians are still thinking that this is optional. They've just watched another country's leader and their top people get wiped out in it. But they think it's a kind of computer game that they are playing there. They don't know. And even if they sit in countries that the majority population of that country are all minorities in those countries now that have been completely decimated, they still don't understand what could happen to us. And yet, when they tell you to put your house in order and put your national security as top priority, you take it for granted. This is life. This is not about education. This is your life you're talking about. After you get life, before everything else comes. And that is what other people have understood. And we have to learn to prioritize it. We don't want to wait until war comes. That's when you start recruiting. What kind of wahala is that? Do you think if war comes today in Nigeria now, you're not going to recruit? Why are you going to recruit if war comes? Are you going to start saying, oh, let's wait until we get this, until we get that? You know, you're not going to say that. You will recruit immediately. Because if you don't, you die immediately too. If you're supposed to last 6 months in that war, you're going to last 2 weeks if you don't recruit. So why is it that you can recruit during war, but you can't recruit during peacetime? You want to be reactionary instead of proactive. Since when being reactionary has ever been better than being proactive? You see the problem with our logic. We need to start questioning the way we think and start being more proactive. Prepare for the day when we will need that tool, which is our power. But if you don't have, most of the time when you have the power, you don't need it. Like China, they have so much power that they don't even need to defend themselves.
Okay.
That is what you want.
Thank you, Forefather. I'll beg your indulgence, SE Otti, for Mr. James to speak. He is in his time is fast spent where he is. Let him make his.
Forefather has mentioned my name. Oh.
Hold on. Let's
okay.
Mr. James, can you make your thoughts since you're leaving?
Yeah, Mr. Asameka, thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Mr. Forefather, we are not saying we should not capacitate the Nigerian military. But the issue is that pumping illiterates into an establishment that's supposed to be governed by highly educated people, this is the bone of contention. The Iranians today are fighting the whole of the Middle East. They are not sending any troops out of Iran because they developed their military capability with their industries. Nigeria should industrialize. When we industrialize, if we produce whatever equipment we want, it will be more effective. A drone can do what a fighter plane can do, but a drone is far cheaper. In fact, it's free of charge compared to the price of a fighter plane. We should develop industrially. When I came to the Gambia, 1988 or thereabout, I remember the government of Nigeria gave some military equipment, including, they call it SLR, self-loading rifle, manufactured at Defense Industrial Corporation in Kaduna. It was made in Kaduna. I saw it with the military here, and I asked 1 or 2 questions. He told me that these guns were manufactured in Nigeria. We have the capability to industrialize. It's not the number of soldiers we put on the ground that will make us win wars or lose wars. They should be properly trained. Nigerian soldiers, take it or leave it, they are not properly trained, as I said earlier on.
But they are the ones protecting your cities and towns.
You say what?
They are the ones keeping the cities and towns safe. Are they not trained enough to do that?
No. A military should be more than that, keeping cities and towns. That's the work of policemen, not military. As I said earlier on, the soldiers we trained at West Point, Aldershot, what's it called? British military institutions, Pakistan, they are doing far better than the ones we are training now in Kaduna, Jos, or Zaria, wherever it is. The entire Nigerian system has collapsed, not the military alone, including our universities. Our military should be like a university. The US military has what they call the Corps of Engineers. Most of the books I use with my students today are written by members of the United States Armed Forces. The space program the Americans are very proud of today is manned by retired soldiers. In the US military, those who are not on active service are encouraged to register at universities. Many of them hold PhD degrees, but they use their army rank, so we are unable to know their academic background. It is the development of the country industrially, intellectually, that is far more important than pouring illiterates into the military. They constitute more problems. Military of these days does not require. Look, I don't think we'll be able to see things from the same perspective. It is the intellectual capabilities of the military that is more important. Our ability to produce military hardware locally is far more important than pouring illiterates into the military. As far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian military and the terrorists are one and the same. Because
do
they
you know that 80% of the Chinese military that went on to build nuclear weapons, 80% of them cannot read and write? Did you know that?
Excuse me. The issue is this: they have engineering. Look. Let me tell you one thing. When the Second World War ended, those soldiers in Germany who were producing their they had some programs. Anyway, they were absorbed into the United States Armed Forces. One of them was not properly educated, but the Americans absorbed. There's a book called Space by James Mitchell. Read it to come across a lot of things about the US military and what's called Germany. The issue is, intellectually, the Nigerian military is below zero. Take it or leave it. If you listen to this one, is it Edwin Obilo? Reviewing the books written by Nigerian soldiers, they mentioned on one occasion how people write exams for Nigerian military officers. No, Nigerian military is
Mr. James, look at the real world. Don't look at the real world.
We have enough illiterates and partially educated men and women in the Nigerian military. We should not increase their number. We should revamp our universities. We should give them good academic background.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Osameka. How do you pronounce it, please?
It's Oseweka. You are almost right. Yeah.
Oseweka.
That
All
should
right.
be an Edo name.
No. It's a what? Say that again.
It should be an Edo name.
No, it's an Egu name from Badagry area.
Oh, Badagry. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good
All
night.
right. Thank you so much, Mr. James. We appreciate your contribution anytime. Thank you. All right. Seweka, I see you, Osteombo. Let him speak, and then you can include what you want to do in your rant. Thank you, Mr. James. Go ahead, Seweka.
Okay, myself. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I want to start from where Mr. James landed, and I think that's a very good starting point. Excuse me. David, please, I'm on the... Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I think that's a very good starting point. The pandemic that we have in Nigeria is illiteracy. And the whole idea that some Chinese military developer were quite an illiterate, like my forefathers was trying to place down, I think that is a flawed argument. Because again, when we look at the current state of Nigeria, in my own opinion, people need something to die for. People need something worth dying for. Because when we look at Nigeria today, you ask the question, what is Nigeria actually offering the citizens today, right now? The current state of Nigeria today, everything that's happening in Nigeria today tells you that there's nothing there to ginger an average military personnel, despite the whole shenanigans that we've had over the few weeks, to say, okay, let us go and defend the country. Because the thing is that when the state treats its own indigents, right, like an extractive resource, and leave them to starve, what are we supposed to be scared of from the outside? So I'm convinced that when a nation cannot project, protect its own strength abroad, I think we have a bigger problem at hand. And I think that what we have today in Nigeria is that we have allowed these old cargoes to be using this infrared mentality. The world today, we don't need 28,000 military personnel. That's the truth. The war today that we have in the world, we don't need all that. What we need today, this is going to be a war of drones, of technology, of satellite intelligence. I don't think we need.
Why does Iran have over 1 million soldiers then?
You said what now?
Why does Iran have only over 1 million soldiers?
I mean, Iran already had this before this whole thing started.
They can retire.
Remember, Iran they were already planning for this war even way before it started. Very recently, they've been planning for all this. So I don't think Iran developed their own technological acumen efficiently more than this person. I think it's all based on intelligence.
How about the US over 2 million?
Intelligence.
How about the US that has over 2 million with the most advanced drones in the world?
The US every now and then, right, heavily invest in their technology, military technology. more than personnel. Look at the schools, like in my school, for example, they have what they call the ROTC students. These are not. So what they need, I think, what we need today in Nigeria is not to keep pumping people there without the necessary skills.
Name one country. Name one country that you can give us an example of your model.
I mean, you just named what's it called? The Asian country, and I think that doesn't work.
Which one?
China. You mentioned.
Yeah, name one country. All of them have millions of soldiers. Name any country that follows your model that is out there.
Model of what exactly?
The model that you said we should not recruit more into the military. We should not increase the size of it. They should rely on drones. Name the country.
Well,
okay.
I'm not saying.
No.
I'm only saying that we do not need that.
We do
need to train our personnel to handle these things effectively. Look at the charade they had. They were just practicing with a drone. They were messing up. It's intelligence. It's pure intelligence. We don't need 1 million people to be marching. The next world war isn't going to be a child and baby war. No, it's a technological war. And until you have people that are experts in handling these things,
yet you cannot name one example, and you have
now forefathers stop now. Stop.
Okay,
you can continue your program.
Forefathers?
No, stop.
How many Iranian military men did you see marching up and down? No, from the comfort of their house in Iran, they were moving stuff and stopping drones and attacking bases. That is what we call intelligence. It's not about carrying gun and go and be exciting. No. We don't need that.
Okay.
Even if you have 500,000 Nigerian military people that are mentally sophisticated, we can achieve so much more. The way the world is right now, you don't need 28,000 military men. With only 8,000 well-equipped and well-trained people, technological-wise, you can achieve so much more. That's my argument.
Example, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I will wait. Forefather, I'm trying to. You were to complain that you wanted to do this. I'm trying to round up so that you can.
He's enjoying it now. Why are you more upset than him?
No, don't worry. I don't want to enjoy it. Wait and go to your platform and start the enjoyment. Okay. We'll come back to you so you can do your rant. We are entering the rant now, so I'm going to bring up Stay Humble, so you can make your your comment and then do your rant, because after that we're closing the program, so that Forefather can come in his full authority to deal with issues. All right, go ahead.
See, I don't know why, well, we will listen to everybody anyway, and we'll try to tolerate everyone's opinion. But I'll say that each time I listen to Forefathers, I go with a neurological deficit, to be honest, like some kind of neuro that I get more blunt. In fact, if I listen to him for a whole year, I'll become an idiot. To be honest, because I don't know, maybe the ancient stuff that he has in his background, maybe they whisper to him ancient things. He doesn't say anything modern, he doesn't say anything thoughtful. And I think that he should start becoming sensible, really, in his debate, because you can't say that that you need more military personnel in a country that is not at war. Nigeria already is heavily militarized, that most often you find that the military is performing the function of the police, which is not supposed to be. Our police is one of the poorest in the world. And we have one of the worst policing globally. So we need to revamp our police. And for people that are talking about state police and supporting this charade that they've just started, if we have a responsible leader in Nigeria, a responsible president tomorrow, what they will do is to revamp the police first and make the federal police more efficient. And then from there, you can create the community police that we are yearning for. And when we talk about policing, we talk about military. It's not by number. Like someone rightly pointed out. And we don't even have them well trained. They don't have the necessary training. They don't have the necessary education. They don't even have the right welfare. And you're spending more money to hire more personnel. When the personnel that you have, you've not even empowered them enough to even perform the most basic of functions that they perform in sane societies. Just don't even go to study the UK police or US. Just study any other African country, how their police go about their duties, and juxtapose it with what happens in a typical Nigerian policeman, how he goes about his duties, a typical Nigerian military personnel, how he goes about his duties. So that is where we will start. There's no common sense in recruiting more personnel when we've not even addressed the more important issues in terms of training, in terms of manpower. And that's one. Then also, this whole issue of food rationing. If you say that China rationed food, that means that China were even brilliant. The Chinese were brilliant. They were structured. They were organized. They were thoughtful. And they even had some food and said, look, we need people to get at least something to eat. In Nigeria today, people do not have food to eat. People do not, 141 million Nigerians are living in abject poverty. And abject poverty means that among several issues that they don't even have the food to eat. So when you're trying to justify whatever sham is going on in the Nigerian criminal establishment today and say, okay, that China, they ration food. We don't even have the food. Talk more of rationing. And when you talk about governing Nigeria, in my earlier submission, I said that governing Nigeria is very simple. And someone has challenged me, and unsurprisingly, it's Ovie, who said that, that governing Nigeria is very difficult. It's because they've conditioned you to think part of the whole, propaganda, starting from the British BBC propaganda, Lagos Ibadan media, and whatever, is to make you think that the simple things are unachievable. But governing Nigeria is very simple. What is it about the Nigerian people are not even asking for AI, or they're asking for food, water, basic health care, which they don't even have. Most people in Nigeria that are sick, they are at the mercy of one patent medicine dealer on the street, one Eliza nurse there, or probably not one Babalawo there, if they're even available. If they even have Babalawo, they are lucky. Just those basic things: healthcare, food, basic education. With the resources that Nigeria has,
okay,
Nigerian should pay for primary education, secondary education, and tertiary education, and they should have all those education free of charge with meals. That is what Nigeria should be. So governing Nigeria is not rocket science. It's very easy. And when you look at some states in Nigeria where you've had people at the helm of affairs, that we are really elected by the people, most often than not, you see that their performance is far better than those that come in through the establishment. See what's happening in Abia State. If you had told somebody that there will be a time in Aba when people will have electricity 24, they will say, oh, it's impossible. And Peter will be saying he will provide 10,000 megawatts. And some people are asking, how will you do it? 10,000 megawatts is nothing. It's not even up to what small countries have. If he had said 150,000 megawatts, I would probably ask him to tell me why. But I will give Nigerians myself 20,000 megawatts in 3 years.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that contribution you made. And so, because it's a rant and because we want Father to take up the seat very quickly on these hot issues, we just give everyone person.
You don't have to be doing this constantly.
No, I want you to come because you want the time. So I want to give you enough time to start the program. So we'll go by 2 minutes now. Desta, your turn, your rant.
KJ, thank you. Give me 2 minutes after you allow for further rant for like 20 minutes. Well, let me get straight to the point. So my rant, two things. I was looking for a video, actually, reference video I saw last week. I think it was last week or this week. So there's this foremost Nigerian professor. I think he's based in the US. He's a Yoruba guy. I've forgotten his name right now. He has been on Edmond Obilo's program before. And I was surprised when he was having a discussion. I thought I downloaded the video, but obviously I didn't. I'll look for it. And he was saying that the Nigerian Civil War was actually planned in UI, University of Ibadan. You know? And that's what he said. And he said he said he would not mention the vice chancellor's name that was there, just to give the guy some respect. He was very, he's a foremost one of Nigerians, you know, he has been on Edmond Obilo's program. I think he's a historian based in America. He said the Civil War everything was orchestrated and planned right there in University of Ibadan. You know, and he was talking about how, you know, the intellectuals have actually betrayed the country. You know, so it's just, you know, it's just shocking. Then I hear some people who, you know, one of the biggest, you know, ignorance, and you know, they say if you want to trick a black man, all you need to do is keep the information in a book. Okay? We don't read. You know, we rather listen to fairy tales and conjectures, you know, that kind of thing. You know, that's why in today's age, somebody still thinks that you have to have a military of 1 million men. And the person is not even thinking, okay, even if you want to have 1 million men, let them be educated, let them be equipped, let them be value-adding men. You don't just want zombies, you know, like in chess. You don't just want woods that you are pushing. When you have a game of chess, all those, the pawns are woods, the back rank are woods, but you need to have thoughts. You need to be able to think, to bring quality out of those pieces. So they are not just woods they are pushing. But some of us still think that, oh, just have as many, so maybe when it's time for war, just send them to go. Maybe some of us have been watching, you know, when you watch all these ancient movies where you just have the people in the front line, oh yeah, the infantry, send them to go and die. A lot of Robin Hood movies and all those kind of things, then the cavalry go in, and the world has gone past that stage. You know, the world has gone past that. If it's your child, will you send your child to that kind of situation? Let your child just be in the front line to go and die. You know, we should think about adding value to the next generation of kids in Nigeria. Kids in Nigeria are being kidnapped. Children are being kidnapped. Are we thinking at all? What kind of life do we expect of those kind of people? And some other children are going to school, and that's the news they are saying, that kids are being kidnapped. People are going to school afraid. You know, it's a very bad situation. And I think we need to consciously make sure if Nigeria is going to change, it's going to be an intentional effort from everybody. It's not about sitting on the fence. Everybody has to put their hands together. If not, maybe the country should just be balkanized like Yugoslavia and let everybody go their way in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, KJ, thank you for the opportunity. But you know, an old man does not rant. So I will not rant. I will give my time to the balloon beside me. Trial or no trial.
Okay, Master. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trial balloon.
Rants. Oh, now rants. Well, more would use that opportunity to educate people. Every nation in the world today, every nation government in the world today is run by either these two forces, nationalists or the globalists. An ability for you to figure that out, there are a lot of nuances. China is run by nationalists. Putin, Russia, run by nationalists. As we speak today, a nationalist in charge of America. The British and pretty much all the Commonwealth nations are run by the globalists. Nigeria is not an exception. when people like Masca, Mr. James alike are referring to the good old days, those boys which eventually become men were nationalists. And the list of them, the last one of them was Murtala Muhammad. And that's why he was assassinated. So from that time on, all our leaders, from Obi to Showore to Tunubu and even all the coming ones, all our institutions are run by the globalist ideology. Even the core intellectuals of them were donated to us by those their private and global entities around the world. So when people come here and say, "Oh, we need industrialization," I just shake my head. When they give una freedom, do you know the clause that we are attached to it? Do you ever sit down and ask yourself that anyone that pursue a nationalist policy is either being assassinated or being rolled out of power like Goodluck Jonathan? Have you ever asked yourself that question? If we not get common light, which I believe is political will, and it is political will because all the globalists are keyed into it, how you go take get industrial, how you go take the industrialized? And again, if you believe Nigerians are too dull, are too stupid, too illiterate to actually join the military, the industrial capacity that you are praying for, now not be the same Nigerians will work in those industrial facilities and factories. I be teaching a different brain. They work. A man who will be in a group of other men with gun, and a man who will go and stand in a factory with other men, which is their IQ now is different. You know, if you don't understand, I thought I say I'm able to understand how the system or how the culture they work. Some people get into their feeling. I'll keep asking that question. That's why we come here. We criticize people foolishly, and we ask them, make your point, and they know. Nigeria, when they say Nigeria is still, when I use the word in negotiated settlement, that is because those forces that gave you independence never left. They are still here. They are Obi, they are Tunubu, their faces be that. Ask yourself, how come all these people, all their wealth are outside the country? All their families. So there's a fundamental question. You're going to need to understand how the world works before we go jump, say, "Oh, no reason I will not do this, not do this thing." You need to know the difference between nationalists and all those globalists. Nationalists now waiting go better for the citizen. When Obasanjo come, who pulled the treasury for the privatized everything, what do you think was going on? That was an order from the globalist institution to sell Nigerian property to their friends. And not be say to sell and not be to advance them and to kill them. That's the whole goal. Okay. So that they supply you. And not be rant. So, sorry, my time don't reach.
You know, you don't pass your time, sir.
Sorry, no best.
Okay, go ahead and round up.
So when they sell all those things now to their friends, they are still very much in charge. Tinubu is running on the policies of the globalists. Obi never disagree with all the Tinubu policy. He only say he will do that, he will treat them, he will treat around them. Because it doesn't make sense that the most product that you have as a city to be part of, the no fee subsidy that you cannot afford it, which is petrol. Go around the world, everything that country is monopolizing, citizens they get access to it really. But the same men they come out subsidy, but all of them agree. They just say, "Oh, if we come out, I will go do and do like this." Those are not their policies. And the nationalists who believe the system is faulty, who wants to take over government, will go down to the people and organize the people to take the system. You cannot organize those who are in the fringe of power to say you want to change the system. No, it's not going to happen. So Nigeria is governed by those forces that gave us independence, because now give us.
Okay, thank you so much. The only pushback I have, which I don't expect you to answer, I think about it, is the fact that other countries are also were colonized by these people, and those countries have gone ahead to become, developed countries. Their nationalists were still there. Their globalists were still there. Their capitalists were still there. Their whatever were still in the same system. And for you, Ovie, I want you to go and look at this also. those leaders who took over the country in 1960 are still around the fringes of power in Nigeria till today. So if there's a country that you have where leadership is not changed, the same people are recycling themselves throughout, how do we expect there to be a change? That's for all of us to think about. How do we really expect for us to have a change when the same people who took over from the British are still the same people, still one way or the other, finding themselves around the corridors of power in Nigeria and still calling the shots? So it's like going around, you know,
you just answered my question. So until we rule them out, what will change?
Is that what I'm simply saying in my explanation is that other nations like Singapore, Malaysia, all of them, they also had this same set of people. India even have more, and yet they have gone ahead to become what they become today. We too can do the same.
Because nationalists were in charge. The same thing with the talk.
But you are saying that why I'm putting that as you are calling Murtala Mohammed as a nationalist, and they took him out and they also take. So if there are not other nationalists in other nations that are doing it, why is that our own nationalists cannot be bold enough to do it? So that's
Thank you very much. That is the question. That's the question too. Me too. I'm asking.
Okay. All right.
That's the question. Because everybody, because they cannot say they are nationalists. They cannot say. We're asking the same question.
This discussion is not going to end until we go to Forefathers platform, where we will now be able to express ourselves properly. Because you have to tell us. And Forefather, while you are going to your program to continue to discuss, I want to think about this. If numbers were really on the advantage side, how be it that Iraq, with their 1 million soldiers, was not even able to hold the US for even 3 days, not even 24 hours. So in the first place, just like Osiwakan was said, you know, numbers may be good, but numbers in this modern warfare doesn't mean much. What you need is well-trained people and well-disciplined army. A disciplined army will take instruction. A disciplined police will take instruction. A disciplined people will take instruction. A disciplined children will listen to the advice of their parents. This is how we are supposed to bring up our people. Nigeria have always been known as a people who listen. When we are growing up, anybody can correct you in the streets. It doesn't have to be your father or your mother. But these days, you can no longer correct any child. Whether even the child of your uncle or your brother or your sister, you have to, really be careful before you now be accused of why are you talking to the person that way. So the dynamics of the society is changing fast and greatly, and then we as a people have to really come down to search again to re-establish our foundations and the principles which we want our nation to run. I've always asked this question: what does it mean to be a Nigerian? There's nothing. It doesn't mean anything to be a Nigerian. Anybody can be a Nigerian. That's why you see anybody can have Nigerian passport and Nigerian national ID card and all the rest, whether they are in here or they're not here. But in other nations, take example, Ghana here. Before you get the Ghanaian passport, you really have to go through process, But in our country, anybody can do it. So there is a total loss of patriotism and the sense of nationalism amongst every part of Nigeria. It's not only one part. And if we truly need to move forward, we have to come back, just like Desta said, and ask ourselves, do we really want to be? Or if we don't want to be, let's go back and cooperate as a regional government, and all of us have a central post where we all contribute, and so that lives and property can be preserved. Having said that, I want to thank everybody who has been here, and I know that.
Why you deprive me of my rant now?
No. You have done that before. You will tell with you.
No, that was my.
No, we'll tell with you. No. Not going there. Now. Poor father will tell with you. I'm not going back to my rant. No.
Father, sure you go use 2 hours to introduce yourself for your show. Take care and go there. Go join the rant with him.
We started the rant with him. We started the rant with him.
I want to rant here.
No, make it 2 hours 30 minutes on your side. Then he bring us in.
Yeah, because even me, I'm ready. I want to give him chance so quickly because the way I've been tackling me that I should give him chance. Let me give him chance. So that
no matter, he just 1 year young.
so we will really like to thank Oriako Tokwe. Thank you so much. You support us almost on every week here.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Rike, thank you so much also. Thank you at Majek. Thank you so much for your contribution to us. At Tracy Jacob, thank you so much also for contributing and helping us to run this channel. Hey, my friend, Mr. Kulata, thank you so much also for your contribution. Thank you, AY for real. AY for real. AY for real. Again, I repeat, AY for real. All right, AY, thank you. And Kulata again, thank you so much. Team Ajek, thank you also. Yeah, Team Ajek, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you also. And the Brick House Capital, thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do to support us here. Thank you also, Baba Tokpe, Baba Top Sale. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Majek, Team Majek. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kulata, thank you also for what you guys are doing. You guys help us to keep this channel running because right now it's only Mr. Rudolph and a few others that are making it remain on air. We need the money to pay for the StreamYard that we are using to run the channel. And this one that Fofana is tackling me, it's not as if we're even being paid. So I don't know why he's tackling me. You know, he that is getting money from those two juju head behind him, and he's trying to tackle me, and I don't have any head behind me. You know. So thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate you. On a very serious note, you guys are doing wonderfully well for us, all of us here. We really appreciate. Sorry, Mr. Rudolph had to run off, and we are only bringing this to a close, not because we are going to shut down, but because Forefather was going to continue with the next one. And so don't leave, because what we discovered that when you guys leave, all of you just go and say, no, show is not ended. We are only doing halftime as it happens in football. So the halftime now, we're going to change jersey and then come back and start a new stream. So Forefather, if you would like to post the live stream so that people who are here now can see it and go straight there to wait for you, that would be good also. Let me wait for that.
Forefather, should we come immediately or should we give you ranting time?
Yes,
for 2
please
hours?
come immediately. No, if you come immediately, you put pressure on him to come.
No,
yeah, you put pressure on him to start.
Because then the topic might change, so that's the reason why I wanted to talk about this one that we talked about. But it's all right.
No, it won't change.
No, you cannot change it now.
I'm not allowed to rant. It's all right. It's all
No,
right.
it will not change. So, guys, the new link is out there. Please go straight on, and Forefather will, as soon as he switches off from here, he'll be there with you guys. And on behalf of Dr. Damages, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank for Masca trial balloon. Please, no verse. Enlighten me. What's the meaning of this name?
Fire balloons. I see it. I see the letter where would they argue on? Say when a letter now from the Tinubu and Trump letter, but our favorite and original. I see it from the perspective of a trial balloon. Trial balloon means that when a state throw something out or say something to the public, and we wait for their reaction to see how they will make the next move. That's trial balloon. So to me, that's what I'm seeing here. And I discovered that the same people where support Trump coming, now they against you, they agree with Trump, they say Tinubu is US. So that's just the contradiction.
All right.
So it's called a trial balloon.
Thank you, Mr. Ovier. Thank you so much. Thank you, Forefathers, for coming in and all your ideas. Thank you also, Isiwekam. Okay, I'll get it all the same. Thank you so much. You will really value your coming. Please don't. In fact, somebody put a special request that I should let you know that you must come to Forefathers. So please get ready to go there. The people are waiting to hear your view.
He never answer also. When we will come, he go bring us immediately and he will give us 2 hours.
Yes, he will bring you immediately.
Make him answer us. Don't speak for him.
He go bring you now. Don't worry. Me too are coming there because I need to hear him today. All right. On behalf of every one of us here, I want to thank you guys very, very well. And God keep you and bless you all. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth.